Whatever. So we didn't get a lot of, as much grinding done as I would like, especially since we need, I have not updated it. I usually update it every night, Yana Gray. I have not. That's on me. I haven't had time. That's all it is. I barely had time for breakfast this morning. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I will, however, just to be sure, 100% check. Because it was Jagged Alliance. I remember this. It was Jagged Alliance. Which is right there. Yana Gray, $52 from you. 14 days ago total. And I don't remember the other game. I'll just look for you. Nox. There it is. $50 from you, $55 from Manwithiel. So we're 105 total. So it is in the spreadsheet. It just, I have not updated the website. That is on me. I could see Wicked as an adult. Especially if we're going to change the tone of Return of the Jedi a bit. Which I totally would, by the way. I'm fine with a big celebratory win. I am, but in my opinion, Return of the Jedi should be a dark film. Ignore the fact that most of the stuff I write is dark. Welcome back, Your Highness. Jasmine. George, you're back. Yep, just got in. I hear the Beavers have respectfully declined to join your cause, Your Highness. Yeah. Probably don't want to be taken advantage of by humans again. I'd be cautious too if I was used like that. They were victims too, poor little things. I'm afraid I don't have good news myself. Our mess forces fled back home, so at least we don't have to deal with them anymore, but the invasion and Lord Barrows' betrayal has made Lord Rolbal in Sable a little bit cautious. General Din's forces are being kept in Sable, and Lord Rolbal won't send any our way. If you're getting burned by that old snake, that's understandable, but with Sable's defenses beefed up, we don't really have to worry about our mess invading, so that works in our favor. No, Sable distancing himself from the prince doesn't work in our favor at all. George, I really wish you hadn't tried. You would have tried reasoning with Lord Rolbal. You nuts. I can't just go prancing from lord to lord, openly asking them to help the prince. Even the news I just gave you came from General Din. I gotta keep laying low. Say no more, say no more. I'll go to Sable. Lord Rolbal's a good guy. He'll listen to an old friend like me. Leave everything to me, Your Highness. Being a bro. Very low, Royald. The task is yours. Thanks, Lucretia, and please, we're not in a trees. You don't have to be so formal. Here, I'm just another warrior fighting inside the prince, doing his damnedest to help Felena. Boz will do fine. Very well, Boz. As I said, the task is yours. Leave it to me. I'll have Sable on our side in no time. First the Beavers, no Sable. Well, I guess we can't have everything. Your Highness, the people of Lord Lake have agreed to fight. Please forgive our insolence. We are ready to serve. I don't shadow my sight for one moment. You find your own castle. I really guess I did teach you well. What, you're telling me it was just luck? We've been covering it was, but getting everyone here to recognize it as yours, that's not luck. That's leadership. Be proud of yourself. I know Farad would be. Yeah, guys, I found a castle. Oh, it's mine, by the way. Fortunately, the enemy isn't actively doing anything, so we can finish moving and wait to see what develops. Okay, so let's check the walkthrough. Man, 8 subscribers is more than I had. I'm not even joking. I remember when I could name every single one of my subscribers because I knew them personally. You know, before the channel. That's kind of what I mean. I mean, this is literally chapter 3 of 5, by the way. I looked it up. This is the beginning of chapter 3. Bullying from Vicky. Lorelei keeps picking on me. I don't know why. I've never met her before in my life, I swear. Hold it right there, Mr. Man. You can't keep me out of here. The people deserve to know the truth. What's going on? Ah, Your Highness. Great timing, His Royal Highness Prince Runner. Just the man I came to see. Come back here, you. What's the story behind these ruins? Why did you decide to occupy the castle? Who found this place anyways? What's the secret behind your recent string of victories? What are the prospects of future victories? What do you have to say about Lord Godwin calling your forces the rebels and those traitors? What's with all the questions? Ah, you must be Leon, Queen's Knight Apprentice and bodyguard of His Royal Highness the Prince. My sources, who shall remain anonymous, indicated you were lovely, but my, not this lovely. Please stop hitting on Leon. Hi, Platy. Hi, Mockingbirds. Is it true you never leave His Highness's side, not even for a moment? What about when His Highness goes to bed? What about when he takes a bath? What about when he goes to the bath? That's enough! Who are you, and what's with all these stupid questions? Oops, got a bit carried away. What are the questions without answers, after all? No story without answers. My name's Taylor. I'm a newspaper reporter. Like any good reporter, I'm here to ask for the latest scoop, but I was also asked to deliver a message from Lelkar. Okay. They want us to protect Lelkar? Yep, that's what my source told me. Wazzle was his name. Wazzle, huh? I know him well. He's a man of considerable influence back in Lelkar. He was a friend of Lord Rovere's, and the signature on his request is Wazzle's. No mistake about it. I would know a random signature on a piece of paper anywhere. Wait, isn't Lelkar's ruler Lord De Beers the Godwin puppet? That's right, but Lelkar's a divided town. Some support Godwin, some support Barrows, some support Rovere. Some call Lord De Beers a great leader, others call him a coward. Still, I don't understand what he means by protect. Actually, my sources indicate De Beers has fled Lelkar in fear of His Royal Highness's military might. Wait, the Lord of Lelkar fled? Well, he is a coward, after all. My sources didn't tell me anything more than that. I was supposed to stay in Lelkar a little longer, actually, but I raced over here as soon as I heard the rumors about the castle. I mean, that's just a much more interesting story. Gotta give the readers what they want. Stories about royal gossip, Sindar ruins. They sell papers, you know. Oh, this is an interesting situation. What should we do, Your Highness? Let's do it. I guess we'll have a better understanding of the situation once the prince gets there. Still, I wish we had more info to go on. Am I interrupting anything? Hi, Kyle. Kyle? I don't see you around here much. Something wrong? No, just I heard there was trouble in Lelkar. I'm originally from there, you know. Ah, your timing couldn't have been better then. I was just starting to get used to the orange, and now you've gone and changed it again. Can we make up our mind with our outfit? The prince has to go incognito, though. For all intents and purposes, Lelkar is under Godwin control. We have to keep our presence an absolute secret. Understood? I don't think we have to worry about Leon or His Highness, but isn't this a bit risky for Kyle? He's from Lelkar, after all. Don't they know who he is right away, him being a famous Queen's Knight? I think I'll be okay. Besides, I was only a kid when I lived in Lelkar. Even if my friends from back then have heard of Kyle of the Queen's Knights, I doubt they think it was me. They just think it was someone with the same name. If you say so. Sir Kyle, I ask you vigilantly look after His Royal Highness the Prince. Yeah, no problem. Your Highness, Leon, Kyle, please remember your mission. We can't afford to take risks here. We need you to speak with Wassel. That's it. Got it. Kill the town. Destroy the bosses. 2006, Yana Gray. That's what I thought. Completely emptied my party. Let's go and grab... Let's get our cheat character. Let's get our awesome character. And where is she? Is she not... I guess I haven't technically recruited her yet. Yes, I did. Take a drink. Huh. I can't add her to my party. That's interesting. Okay. I don't know who to bring then. I guess we'll bring Velkoot. And Marina. Sure, run out. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to get a new drink in a bit here, quiet here. But that's okay, that'll be a good excuse for a stretch break. Yeah, Log, can you take us to Lelkar? Thank you. Okay. Sparkling water. Ridiculous. No one would drink sparkling water. Yeah, pure cutscene to put. I'm not even sure why they exist, as weird as that may sound. It's just... You notice I'm not even looking at the screen, I'm just checking the walkthrough. Yes, we're gonna recruit someone. Here we go. That's what I thought. Yeah, okay, we'll go ahead and recruit him. We have the money. We gotta show off them PS2 graphics with an X. Got it. Well, that works for me. Others have a billion other things to do. Also, go Liverpool. Fighting a team, I don't even remember their names. Don't worry, we gotta act natural. Come on, I'm a ladies' man. Ah, your Royal Highness, Prince Runner. Aren't we supposed to be incognito? Lazzle! Forgive me, Your Royal Highness. I never expected His Royal Highness to come in poison. Oh, His Royal Highness must be exhausted from his trip. Is there anything I can get His Royal Highness? Perhaps His Royal... Shut up! Don't I know you from somewhere? Oh, of course, Kyle! How could anyone forget your face? You were always over at Volga's, right? How's life in the Queen's Knights? You sure made a name for yourself. There's not a soul in town who doesn't... Okay, no, you must be thinking of some other Queen's Knight. I'm just a lowly commoner. We are incognito. Shut up about His Royal Highness and the Queen's Knights. Got it? Oh, I suddenly feel very stupid. What a fine young men and woman you've all grown up to be. Why, it's almost as if you're knights or princes from some grand kingdom that isn't Falena. But of course you aren't those things. No, no, no. You merely look like them. I give up. Come, come, my knight and prince look-alikes. We've got so much to discuss at my place. I do like how they immediately detect us. I live on the south side of the islet. This way, knight and prince look-alikes. Well, first, I need to grab some stuff. And I haven't decided who I want to put that on. I guess I'll put that on us. Common sense? Is that something you eat? Alright, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, we heard that argument from a ways away. Look at that. Lord God was trying to make this nation stronger, more prosperous. We need his guidance. We need his order. The way of a fool of a prince is just getting... the fool of a prince is just getting in the way. You've got a lot of nerve calling His Royal Highness the Prince a fool. I bet you wouldn't say that to his face. Shut up. What's wrong with calling a fool a fool? He's even palling around with the guy who killed his parents. What a sicko. I bet he planned the whole thing. That's so funny. You actually buy that story? You're a gullible, gullible fool. Lord Godwin killed Her Majesty the Queen and His Majesty Commander Farron. Sir George Prime was just a fall guy. Any idiot could see that. Okay, this is getting a little too real here. No commentary. No commentary. You're gonna be sorry you besmirched the name of Lord Godwin in front of me. We better get out of here. Tell you what it used to be. Is it really Dakota? That sounds delightful. Okay, hang on. Do I have anything to appraise right now? I do not, but I could sell that. Get it out of my inventory at least. Where is the... No! Ah, here we are. Please enter. No, wait! Okay. Alright, we should be safe here. Your Highness! Thank you so much for coming. Please, please forgive me for blurting out your names back there. Sure thing. Mr. Carraway. I'm surprised you recognized the prince in those clothes. I mean, you never met him, right? No, but I often had the pleasure of viewing portraits of the nobles over at Lord Rovery's residence. His lordship thought quite highly of Her Majesty Queen Arstad and her family, so there were many portraits. Forgive me, I didn't mean to bring back painful memories, but in the end, Your Highness saved Lord Lake. Lord Rovery would have been delighted. Yes, delighted, and that's why I wanted to meet His Royal Highness. Yeah, that's why we're here. But you asked us to protect Lelkar? Oh, it's a long and complicated story. Let me explain what's happened so far. I'm sure you already know this, but the town is officially Godwin territory. However, it's also home to many who don't support the Godwins. Some who vociferously oppose them, in fact. Most of the Godwin sympathizers are on the west, and the central is where we are. It supports the royal family and His Royal Highness the Prince. On the east, most care little for the Godwins, but nobody actively opposes them. Lord De Beers is an utter incompetent, but as long as he's around, the people are united in their disdain for him. Then he's doing his job as a leader. He has united everyone against him. I'm sorry. The one thing they could say, one could say it's been Lord De Beers' incompetence that has kept Lelkar united. Unfortunately, Lord De Beers has fled in fear of Your Highness's brave advance. Sir! Can't you see I've company? What do you want? Please forgive the intrusion, Sir Wazzle. However, we have learned that Aurochs hunters have been spotted on the eastern islet. Oh, not again. Aurochs hunters? Yeah, despicable fellows who forcibly draft young men into the Godwin army. Prince, we gotta check it out. Indeed, perhaps you'll get a better idea of what's going on if you witness it for your own eyes. And I could go recruit my armor dude, which I kind of meant to do anyways. Welcome, I'm Motion, and you need to recruit me. It's top-notch armor at rock-bottom prices. So how do you recruit this guy? You spend 100,000 gil, or poch, here. Yeah, over here, though. Gil, poch. I mean, what's the difference, really? I don't know von Falkenstein. However, I'm not worried about spending 100,000 money here. As you can see. Yeah,
First, gotta go this way!
Okay, so... Yeah, by the way, later in the game, we'll find something that literally costs 1 million poch. So we're gonna need a lot more income to really be good to go in this one. Hello, Hazardous. Yeah, things are a little pricey. A game that celebrates loneliness? The Last of Us 2! There is actually one. It's an indie game. I can't think of the name of it, though. Sorry. Yeah, exactly, von Falkenstein. Which side are you rooting for in this war? Me, I support Lord Godwin. Fine armor protects the warrior, and fine military protects the country. Felena's got to build up its military to protect from foreign threats, you know? Like Armes or Nagarea. Of course, maybe I just feel this way because Lord Godwin's a frequent customer of mine. Good to know. Someone linked in my Discord a meme where they edited it so... Nominees for this category, Last of Us 2. This category, Last of Us 2. This category, Last of Us 2. Etc., etc., etc. It was actually quite amusing. Have I mentioned? And I get that it's an Oscar bait game. Let's call it what it is. But damn. What's funny is, I wasn't as negative about Last of Us 2 as several people I know. I didn't really like the game that much. In fact, I felt the narrative was frankly kind of crap, but there were some really good gameplay design decisions there. Just dragged on a little bit too long. Let's give Vicky... well... no, let's actually give that to Zerase. Yeah, the accessibility of that game is real. Great difficulty options, great accessibility options. Like, I think it actually might technically surpass Dishonored 2 in terms of options, and that was amazing. Yes, I finally have a castle, Crazy Norse. Check what they sell. It's okay, guys, I have the Anklets of Destiny. Which it makes sense Zerase would get that. Spent a huge amount of money for us. Basically broke now. Try tactic. Speaking of which, is that a rune? What did I just get? Whatever. One of these days I'll be able to advance past C rank and finally start thinking about ultimate training and all that stuff. Which I looked up because I was wondering what the heck Von Falkenstein was talking about yesterday. We don't even have access to that yet, which is just funny to me. Good morning, Blue of Alex. How can I go on? They've got my son, my little Kyo. Man, pull yourself together. Damn it. How many does that make now? When will they be satisfied? Yeah, it's called a draft. And drafts can be mean things. Told me I should be proud he'll be joining Lord Godwin's glorious forces. Damn it, what right does that Godwin lackey have to take our boys away? Kyle, who's this Auroch everyone's talking about? I remember that name, but not much more than that. He's the leader of the Western Islet, but all he does is collect taxes and draft soldiers. You know, you make that sound like a bad thing. And I can understand why you would think it is, but those are both pretty critical elements for a nation, I'm just saying. The catch is the within reason part. He claims to be acting on behalf of Lord Godwin, but he's nothing more than a thief and a kidnapper. These people had family members forcibly taken away to who knows where. How awful. Everyone listen up. Enough is enough. Let's go rescue them. Yeah, let's see if Auroch can stand up to an angry mob. Halt! It's... I have no idea what it is. Volga! We need not send a mob after Auroch. I'll go there alone. Wait here. That'd be suicide even for you. He's got a whole pack of henchmen. That's right, everyone knows that one man can't possibly handle a bunch of henchmen. Silence! As I said, I'm going alone, and you need not follow me. Net. Volga, what's up, man? Long time no see. Excuse me, exactly who are you? Wait, Kyle, is that you? What brings you to Lelkar after all this time? No to both questions, Venetia. The list hasn't been on lockdown for... I can give you an exact date, because I'm tracking that now. Let's see. The list has not been on lockdown for... Give me a moment. 36 days. There you go. Kyle, is he a friend of yours? Yep, he looked a little on the shady side, but he's actually the leader of the Eastern Islet. He took care of me when I was a kid. On the shady side, huh? Have the Queen's Knights taught you nothing of respecting your elders? You haven't changed a bit. Volga, you always said the people of Lelkar shouldn't fight amongst themselves. Why don't you let us handle this dispute? I hate seeing you guys at each other's throats like this. This is Lelkar business. Butt out! No, I think I'll butt in. You need our help, Volga. Why would you say that? We don't live here. We can look at things objectively. It's okay with you, isn't it, Prince? Yeah. There's a prince? Where? Prince? What's the meaning of all... Now, Volga. Ah, Wasil, I should have known you were behind this. Well, if you're involved, I suppose it's alright. Cool! You can count on us. Auroch lives in the Western Islet, right? That's correct. Those he kidnapped should be there as well. Prince, I got the perfect plan. Let's play Auroch a little visit, shall we? The plan is walk up and stab people. I'm gonna laugh if I'm not joking there. You know, it's really funny. I imagine the Among Us team, you know, they're like, well, we made a game and nobody cares. And then, what is it, about 2 years pass and all of a sudden, and they get an award. Like, after the explosion. That's gotta be an interesting feeling. Reminds me of the dude who localized Earthbound story, which I've told a few times. Still can't go past C. Hey, Mike. Yeah. On the plus side, Xenogears is almost universally recognized as a classic, awesome JRPG, so I hope they have gotten the recognition they deserve, but... Yikes. Thank you, Mike. I'm glad you like it. Excuse me, sir. What do you want? This is Auroch's residence, correct? We heard Godwyn needs soldiers. We're here to valiantly serve their cause. Volunteers, huh? You got more guts than most. Hold up, what about those other two? That one's a bit young, and that one's a girl! What is this, China? As long as we meet our quota, who gives a damn? Besides, she'll give the boys something to look at. Keep them happy. Alright, sorry. Step inside. Thank you. We shall dauntlessly serve the gallant and virtuous Lord Godwyn from this day forward. Raise eyebrow. Hello, Zalok. Volunteers. Usually gotta drag guys kicking and screaming in here, but you... Wait a minute. Your mug looks awfully familiar. My mug? That's it. You're Kyle, ain't you? There's no Kyle here, believe me. You got a lot of nerve showing your mug around here. You're gonna pay for stealing my girl. Girl? I wouldn't know anything about girls. What's going on out here? Rebels, don't let them get away. Kill them all. Especially the blonde guy who stole my girl. Stole her, I tells ya. He stole your girl? That's high treason if I ever heard it. On guard, lady stealer. Yes, and that comeuppance is being hit in the face with a meteor. This is why Zerassi's in my party, by the way.
Foolishness.
Did you talk about Fiend? Maybe Elsie. Ah, who knows? I can never get them. Keep them straight. Kyle, I don't know. I don't think we've come across anyone who doesn't know you yet. You seem to have left quite a mark in the town. You were an awfully naughty kid, it looks like. No. This is all just a case of mistaken identity. I'm sure. Seeing how we're already here, I might as well force our way inside. I mean... sure. So there's our first epic skill. Can we even equip that right now? Looks like no. Yeah, it's very... I mean, it's a harpsichord, but it's very... yeah, baroque. That's a good word for it. Prince, we found them. But they're all just lying there. Oh no, they're not dead, are they? We just gave them a little something to help them sleep, that's all. It's much easier that way. Evil McEvilson is here. I thought they were dead, did you? Well, they are going to be soldiers, so chances are they'll be dead soon enough. Who are you? Is that Auroch? You don't recognize me. You must be not from around here. Who sent you? It doesn't matter who we are, just let these people go. With nonsense like that, Wazel and Volga surely put you up to this. Let me give you the other side of the story. Who's in charge of the country, huh? That's the key. Man's gotta pick the winning side if he wants to live, correct? It's as simple as that. So are you gonna be winners or are you gonna be losers? It's your choice. I'll make it worth your while to be winners. I'll bribe you horribly. Appears we've another collection of losers here. Hey, get in here. It's time to cash in on my investment. Aw, quit whining. I'm on my way. Just fishing and bite to eat here. Hey, looks like this might not be bad after all. What a fox! She looks familiar. You know, Auroch, she does look familiar. If I hadn't had to pick sides here, I definitely wouldn't pick yours. You live a high life on my advance. You live up to your end of the bargain. Now get to work. Yeah, I guess I did get a little crazy with the cash, didn't I? Sorry, guys. Not that I want to hurt you, but I got a deal. But that guy, boy, he looked familiar. You know this chick? Come on, give me the inside scoop. What's the best way to sweet talk my way into... Kyle, we don't have time for this right now. Enough of this tomfoolery. I didn't pay you to blab. You do enough of that on your own, unfortunately. Alright. Sorry, guys. Jeez! Just gotta get this over with. You guys ready? Oh, she's the one who wanted to participate, isn't she? I remember her. Thanks, maybe. Alright, so... I have an idea. It's crazy enough that it might work. I'm gonna focus literally everything on her. Oh yeah, we're also gonna throw a meteor at him. Yeah, that is who I thought it was from Wolfenstein. So anyways, I started meteoring. Probably because that's a kind of strange name, okay? I don't know. Yeah, 2 meteors through this building. Ooh, a cheesecake. I would really go for a cheesecake right now. Ouch, ouch. What another waste of money. How did I ever let you sweet talk? Wait, you were just bluffing when you said you could win the Sacred Games? Kinda. Wait, I got it now. The Sacred Games. Now I remember. The Prince. You're the Prince, right? The Prince? Uh-oh. Surely you don't mean the Prince, and he's not named Prince? Thanks, Nikia. Appreciate it. That means I conquer the Prince. They'll throw me in the Fiats for sure. Damn, the Prince. Why'd you have to come? Why'd you have to get yourself involved? What do you mean? You're here for them? Take them, please. Just don't tell anyone, alright? I don't need the trouble. Look, I love cheesecake, okay? We can have them? If they find out about this... Mr. Auroch, wait! So who's ready for another major battle? Wait, Nikia, join my okay, whatever. Came over him all of a sudden. Wait, where'd the chick go? Aw, Kyle. Look, women be awesome, but focus, dude, focus. Meanwhile... Weird pathfinding. Captain Zarek, Sir Auroch's forces are here to see you. I have much to discuss with him, for I am secretly evil. Oh, wait, he's openly evil, sorry. I am openly evil. Gotta be overt about it. What happened? You're supposed to bring me a new batch of recruits today. From Mike. Mike, you must join the army and be very evil. Yeah, about that, I'll have to ask you to wait a bit longer, sorry. You disappoint me. It's not like you to arrive empty-handed. Do you have an excuse? No, I'm not going to offer any excuses. Just a little mix-up. That's all it was. Oh, that's too bad, because you see, it's your little excuse I was so interested in hearing. Huh? I heard the prince was here. How did you... Are you having someone spy on me? I'm the one asking questions here, for I am super evil. Thank you, Mike, for the sub. I do appreciate it, especially after a full year. Thank you. And welcome to the Year Club. Put that towards FF13 then. Give me a moment. Drop that down here. There we go. Yes, the prince is here. I'm glad you come clean. The thought of turning in a valuable ally for the crime of treason was not appealing. Treason? Here are my orders. All ships prepare to set sail. We must have a major battle where we will crush they're gonna attack Lelkar. Oh, I'm not even trying Jamaican. Marty, you promised to leave Lelkar alone. I understand how you must feel about your hometown. You must never lose sight of the big picture, however. The national interests of Falena must come first. You understood? Oh god, you're right, Dakota. He just walks up and it says, hello, and then they become evil. Super evil. Let him go. We have work to do. I want the infantry to march on the town. So this is our first major battle that is both land and sea-based at the same time. If we had some dragon cavalry, that'd be great. Or beavers, by the way, who also are land and sea units. All the young men you freed appear to be in good health. Thanks to your highness. I'm deeply grateful.
Hey, thank me too. I gave the go-ahead. Remember, I get credit too.
Still, Auroch gave up way too easily. It makes no sense. I don't think he was giving up. More like he had bigger fish to fry. Yeah, that's what it looked like to me too. Sir Vassal, Sir Vassal! Calm down. What? We have another visitors. Sorry for the intrusion, but this is important. Lilei, like... How do you pronounce your name? Oh my god, I hate you. Especially since you're probably going to be part of my main party, at least until I recruit Isabel. Your Highness, Prince Runner, I have an urgent message from your scouts. Godwin's forces. Thank God we actually have scouts in the area in addition to ourselves, you know. Anyways, we're under attack. Auroch has betrayed the town. Well, there might be another explanation. No, there's no other explanation. It doesn't seem like something he'd do. What's the plan? We're gonna save state because this is a battle. We'll protect this town. I mean, that is literally what we're asked to do, and we could use another town in our territory right now, so... I have to gather the young men on my islet. You're not gonna go down without a fight. I mean, it was in Halo 4, Dakota. I'm never gonna stop making fun of that idiot. We're just gonna charge forward without recon. Enough time to put up a fight? Yeah, no, we got this. About half of our fleet's already on its way. They don't call Lucretia the tactician for nothing. Your Highness, I regret to inform you my lady cannot join you for this battle. She remains in Lormark Castle, as Luger's fleet in Sol Falena is on the move as well. I may not possess the genius of my lady, but please let me assist you in her stead. That's true, Blue Felix. I would actually agree with that statement. I suppose it says something that I automatically expected that kind of bad writing. Sorry, here's where we're going to do the save. The Lorewalker army is ready and mobilized. Alright, what do we got here? So we need to... So for Victory Plus... That might be rough. Well, let's see how we do. We are, of course, going to be deploying her, because she is death. Dawn and charge. Can we... let's see. Yeah, let's boost our spear group. Give him a second charge and more attack. Look, we're not taking Captain Jackass' playbook. We're never taking his playbook. Ever. Let's give you... We got a lot of rumor melts, people. Which is funny because it's kind of crap. Any benefit for not filling up units? No. There's literally no benefit to not filling out your troops as much as you can. Unless there's some esoteric recruit thing I'm not aware of. Part of the problem is we are a little stretched thin, so I don't have enough to fill out everyone. Yeah, we're capped right now. Naturally outnumbered. Line, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so... hang on one second. I mean... Can't create Well. God damn it. No need to hold back. Wreck him. Honestly, turn-based Crazy Horse. I'm with my friend Pax on this one. The real-time thing doesn't suit this as well as it does, say, Overbattle. Especially given how irritating it is to control. That's the main problem.
Chase him down! Now!
I saw that coming, but that's okay. That, and then this. Sure.
Now!
Yeah, I mean, you saw the other day when I literally got stun locked too, just to further add to how irritating this can be. Still haven't been able to give orders to my archer. And it doesn't help that these animations are way too slow, just to be blunt about it. Come on, let me give orders to my archers. Ah! God damn it! Come on. Okay, first of all. Down. Ugh, there. And you. Back up.
Don't let him get away! Now!
Don't let them get away!
God damn it! I never liked Age of Empires that much, but yes, I've played all three, well, 4 of them. Mythology was my game when it came to those. You...
Get them!
Okay. Really?
Charge! Get them! Don't let them get away!
So, I figured we could stun lock them just like happened to us earlier, so that's what we're doing here. And dead. Now I need you to retreat, though. Or not. That's cool, too. I'll just get... Yeah, okay, that's good. So we may be about to lose him, and by maybe, I mean we are totally 100% about to lose him. Hopefully that's not a death unit, because otherwise I would be a little pissed.
Put them to rout!
Flip how they just like just doing squats over there on their ship, getting ready for battle, you know.
Charge!
Which sucks because the ram actually has the advantage on us here. Come on! Oh my god!
Get them!
Gunburn it.
Put him to rout!
Yep, one more. This should do it. Yeah, those ramming frigates are never going to leave me alone. Ironically, we may literally fail the naval battle because of those ramming frigates. No joke.
We can't let them get away!
And by frigates, I mean frigate. They have one ramming frigate, but they're going to shred my archers because that's most of what I have up there. The good news is I can cast
Now!
one more time. This is the last of her mana, though. Get out of here, Ram. Nobody likes you.
Now!
Like, if we can get rid of the rest of their troops, which is what we're in the middle of doing right now,
Put him to rout!
we should be able to go ahead and push down their rammer, and that should be game. So there's their archers gone. So I need my ram to go after their ram. You. You. I need to go down. You. Yeah. Okay, sure. That's cool.
Now!
I don't think I've ever tasted ram. Goodbye. Honestly, they're the real threat, so let's just get some free hits in.
Now!
They take serious losses, too.
Put him to rout!
Thank you, Muhammad Elvis.
Shoot! Shoot!
For both of those bits. Alright, so we're getting wrecked. We're getting shreked. Hold on. Get out of there. We go forward. God damn it! Urgh. Can't even select my units in time. Let me select my unit. Or don't. I mean, I guess they ran, so that's whatever. No! And thank you for the third bit. Elvis. Give me just 1 second here. God!
Charge!
Alright. That's not your fault. This interface is not good. Are they fleeing towards me? Because that means they're just going to get body blocked here in a moment.
Don't let him get away! Charge!
3.
Don't let him get away!
Yeah, this is... I'm being stun locked into attacking them over and over.
Withdraw!
And they're dead. My guys died
Withdraw!
as a consequence of having stun locked the enemy. No, don't...
Get away!
Why?
Pull back!
Ugh. I'm really strongly leaning towards a negative for the strategic layer. Very real. Ignoring the literal stun lock bug, which we've already talked about, which is just stupid. There's also the fact that controlling it is this colossal pain. I've been trying to do this for like 30 seconds now. I'm failing at it. For the heal. I've got it, guys. It's just trying to simulate the fact that you don't have perfect control over your troops in the field. It's brilliant! It's gameplay and story integration. Not aggravation.
Plunge forward!
Ram on ram combat.
Don't let him get away!
God, Dakota. That sounds like just an awful gameplay mechanic. Did we just flee in?
Get them!
They have 7 guys left! Kill them! Declaring the Western Island as their top priority. Mass the remaining ships. Stop the rebels' advance by destroying the bridge. Force the enemy back to the Western Island. Deploy the archer ships around the Western Bridge. Don't let them escape. They're trying to surround us. It would be foolhardy to hold this position. We have no choice but to flee. I'll say, no, I killed you, buddy. Unless we're... Madness, that set the city on fire. What the hell are they doing? They're disgracing the very name of the Queen's Knights. Keep the fire out. Rescue the survivors. Hurry. Worried about the townspeople, is he? Weakness must run in the family. Puppies. Cut off the enemy's pursuit. Destroy the bridge once we've crossed. But some of our allied forces are still back there. What about Sir Auric and the townspeople? What about them? Oh. Yes, of course, sir. On your order, we will be evil. What the hell have they done? Forget the enemy. We must save the townspeople. Prince, let's go help the townspeople. Okay. Many losses. Oh, that was irritating. Wait! Wait, he says. Do I look like a waiter? I'm going to. Please take me as well. It's dangerous. I can see that. Yep, being evil is, unfortunately, a valid tactic, historically speaking. Look, it's the rebel leader. Get that traitor! You guys just set fire to a town that wasn't even your enemy. What are you, Russia? Well. They like fire so much. Thank you, Vicky.
What do you think?
I think you did quite well. You think of fighting at a time like this? How are we going to put out the fire, save the townspeople, and fight the enemy at the same time? Damn it. There's any more Godwin scum to take care of. Don't waste your time fighting the fire. We must evacuate the townspeople first. That's our highest priority, men. Yes, Sir Auric. Children, elderly, and injured go first. Take them to the river. The ships from Rafleet are there. They'll lend you a hand. Yes, Sir Auric. Yeah, I kind of figured he wasn't actually pure evil. Unlike his boss. Come on, old man. We have to keep moving. Sir Auric, thank you. Don't thank me. Just hurry. More tumbleweeds get involved. Crazy horse. He does care about the town after all. What are you, sightseeing? Give me a hand! Absolutely! Yeah, you'd be surprised how quickly fire can bring people together. Good figure. What a disaster. What a complete and utter disaster. Cheesecake, Mr. Red. Forgive me, my lady. I failed. Oh, come on, it's not your fault. Who could anticipate the Queen's Knights would set fire to Falanan town? Yeah, you did the best you could. Zahak is a man without honor. Stop playing the victim. If it's anyone's fault, it's yours. You may have a point there. I thought you two were fools, but now I see I was also a fool. How dare you call me a fool? Now, Volva. Was she the one who said the people of Lelkar shouldn't fight amongst themselves? Auric, you served your purpose as a buffer between Zahak and our city. What are you talking about? You see, the draft and tax collection would have been worse if Zahak had been in direct control. He probably would have ruined our town, taken every young man we had and stolen every last coin. But since he was acting through you, we were able to keep a handle on it. I know you love this town, Auroch. Don't think so highly of me. I was supporting the Godwins. I thought Felena would expand and grow stronger if Lord Godwin took power. I also believed our town would flourish, and I'd enjoy the spoils, so I am hardly innocent. Look where my selfishness got this town in the end. Zahak claimed he had the nation's best interest in mind. Tell me, is this in our best interest? Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one, buddy. Burning your own territory, I mean, there's a tactical validity there, but... No. I see the truth now. This can't be good for the nation. Godwin can't be good for the nation. Your Highness, I'm grateful you came. Without you, I can't imagine how many more would have perished. I don't want to sound self-serving, but please keep protecting our town. I'll give you all my assets and henchmen. I mean, I'll take the territory. We could use it. That settles it then. Volga and I certainly have no objections. Lelkar has joined the rebel scum. Oh god, I just realized our rebel scum trend is continuing. It's just this time we are the rebel scum. Ahem. We're with you, Your Highness, till the end. Auroch? Yeah, I got a lot to make up for. I'm with you to the end. Volga left the party. Oh. Get back in my party, L name. That I can't pronounce. Wazzle permanently joins. Volga permanently joins. Auroch permanently joins. Got it. Bridge hasn't been fixed. Oh, right, because I didn't realize where I was. I want to go here. Ish. Ah. Right, we need to go into the rune shop. And then leave the rune shop. I should have known. There he is. Oh no, how could this have happened? My shop, Lord Godwin. The Queen's Knight, how could they do this? Damn them all to hell. This just ain't happening. Get a grip. No, I'm sorry I failed you. Wait, you're the prince? Sorry for acting like a big baby there. Shop has passed down from father to son for generations, but now it's gone. I can't believe it. You know... What? Yes, thank you. I accept. I would love to join your castle. There's no doubt in my mind what I should do. I'd be happy to work for you. I offer top-notch armor at rock-bottom prices for the prince. Armorsmith get. Since I salvaged the rest of my shop, I'll head to castle. You rebel scum. There you go, how's that? Okay, so we got Moshin. Honestly, I'm pretty sure several people defected after that battle, Crazy Norse. It would also go a long way, so Blue Wolf Alex was mentioning this earlier. The game tends to be well written enough to pay attention to things like resources and supplies, so... It's logical that part of the reason that our military forces keep rising is because they keep doing things to drive people away from their cause. So... we probably just got a few recruits. And even if we didn't, they probably just lost a few. People either ran home or just straight up fled. Deserters. Well, no promises, Sarvakan, but if I see another person speaking about us as red as scum, I will be certain to try and remember it. I mean, you already noticed that the enemy's forces don't seem to be particularly loyal. They're following orders, but they're not loyal. And that implies plenty. Alright, so we've got a recruitment thing here. Let's see. 2 recruits this time. Although we can get Jean soon, so that's nice. You know what's funny? They keep calling us Rebel Scum. I'm pretty sure by most definitions, they are actually the Rebel Scum. Like, this is a coup, right? So, the trend does continue. We are still fighting Rebel Scum. It's just doubly funny because they are actually calling us that as well. Yeah, in 1, we were Rebel Scum. In 2, no. Wasn't even applicable in 2. 3, wasn't applicable. 4, not really. Yeah, we are literally the loyalists. Go figure. Hey, it's an advertisement from Moshin. The Moshin number 0 armor shop is open for business. Come down to the store and see what we have to offer. Yeah, one of these days I need to figure out where my inn and blacksmith are, because I haven't found them yet. Hello, Carwellis. Oh, well, there's the blacksmith. You got anything for me? Yeah, I mean, if they won this civil war, which they will not, then yeah, no, we would totally be the Rebel Scum. Wait, what? Yeah. Zarasa can't even equip that stuff. And I'm not going to use Belkut, so I don't have anyone who could use either of those mega expensive items. As I say, Leon can't even equip that yet. But if I'm going to make Lele, we need to decide what we're calling her. Lelai. If we're going to make Lelai actually work long term, I think I'm going to hold off, because I have another character. Basically, I have to decide between Lelai and Isabel is the other one. So we'll kind of debate once we get access to her. Yeah, Lelai. I'm just going to start saying Lelai. That fits in my head. Ugh, damn it, Savicom. I hope so, Zagdeft. Once we get there, we're not going to get there for a while, though. What we really need is we need to get the Mega Prosperity setup going. Which apparently we can't really do yet, because once we do, we'll start making a few 100,000 poch per battle. And then we'll be rolling in it. So, funny thing, I couldn't find the inn, right, Savicom? So when I was leveling off camera, well, I had to go to the inn about every 2 or 3 fights, because the fights were absolutely creaming me. Which meant leaving the area, teleporting back here, teleporting to Lord Lake, resting at the inn, teleporting here, teleporting back to Nod, and then going back out to the area, because I couldn't find the friggin' inn. Apparently, it's right here. Oh yeah, I accidentally got Josephine off camera. I didn't really mean to. I I literally was just like, hey, who's that? Oh. And that's pretty much how that worked. Do we need healing right now? We kinda do. Yes, let me rest, please. For free! Nice. I mean, I guess there's a sense make to that. I suppose we should just start really recruiting. Let's see if we can find Taylor. Well, I only remember 2 of them, Crazy Norse, and this is one of them. I will say this, I wish the load screens were a little less spread out. I mean, I get it. PS2, limited load thing. I get it, I get it. It's just, God. Were you Taylor? Nope, you're a random soldier. Right, I actually need to do a cutscene first. I remember the cave being pretty cool. That was Thor. But I'll admit a special fondness for 2s. And not just because it had good sprite work and, you know, some cool layout, and we filled it out, and I remember it well. Excellent job getting Lil Car to join us. Start to get that place to agree on anything. Yeah, it's funny how much fire brings people together. The biggest change I've implemented to this game? Oh my gosh, I'm not sure. Like, I have a bit of a laundry list. Adding more information to the interface would be nice. Polishing the menu design would be nice. Completely overhauling the strategic layer. You know, the war battles, the major battles, is something I'd do. I'd actually make an overworld map. I'd actually give us a mini-map. If we're doing a proper remake, that means modern tech, so I'd probably make it so that rather than 50 load screens, most areas would just be one loaded area, you know, one zone or one cell. Little tech issues like that. So take your pick from that list. Please forgive me, I couldn't prevent losses amongst the civilian population. Yeah, I'm kind of being flippant, but I actually feel really bad about how many losses I took in that frickin' battle that we just did. That was really frustrating. Where's that Lilai? The tactician must never make a public apology, no matter the failure. You must assert your plan was impeccable, and if not for you, the outcome would have been much worse. Admitting failure causes dissension in the ranks and may cause some people to question the prince. Yeah, making a legitimately good tactical layer here, that would have been cool, you know. I mean, I get it. It's effectively a mini game. It doesn't get the same time and money budget as the main game, and that's fine, and I do get that. But in my opinion, if you're in that kind of a situation, you should either just really make it less, spend less time and effort on it, and make it less of an irritant, or say screw it and go full hog. One of the two. Depending on what the availability. If we're doing proper remake, we're going full hog. We're gonna make like probably an XCOM kind of thing, I'm thinking. I mean, they've already got a decent framework. The unit commander, unit lieutenant, unit support thing is actually a pretty cool idea. And being able to change up how your units work with that level of customization, that's cool. I'm with that. Yes, Levi. Now join me. Like, permanently. No? Okay. Whatever. Your Highness, I know you must be tired, but there's another matter that needs your attention. Seems to be a problem in Sable. Oh, jeez, now what? There's a rumor of a bandit prince. What do you think they are? The Parish Isles? Bandit prince. Apparently a bandit calling himself Prince Runner is wreaking havoc around Sable. Ah, I remember this. Needless to say, your popularity there is not at an all-time high, to say the least. How can they be so gullible? Is the mountain air affecting their ability to see? Anyways, Din and Bose are over in Sable, aren't they? Why don't we have them get to the bottom of this? Funny you should mention them. Our messenger says even Bose, and Din can hardly believe their eyes. They're only able to see this bandit prince from a distance, but even so, he was the spitting image of our highness. It's impossible. Oh no. We were actually in Lelkar. I mean, come on. People of Sable are a lot more gullible, though. Looks like we'll have to head down there and straight this out ourselves. Yeah, by the way, I've talked about this before, but a false flag operation only works until it doesn't. The moment... Yes, that did not sense. The moment a false flag operation is revealed, you have actually hurt your own cause far more than any gain you would have ever gotten. It's why you have to be really careful with false flag operations. How could you not invite me to slap this imposter as well? I'll slap him even harder! I just remember find out what they know first. There might be more to this charade than we think. Sialides and Leon are like queuing up to go have a slap fest on the imposter. But first we are gonna get a little recruiting going on. That is true, Dakota. But in most fantasy settings that are well designed, there's also usually a way to detect magic or dispel magic. So the same general point remains. Just don't get caught. That's all. Where am I going? By the inn. Yeah, if this is an actual doppelganger situation, then we have a problem. Or a, what do you call that? Not a homunculus. The thing where you have a piece of someone else so you can hurt them. It's like the voodoo thing. I can't remember what that's actually called. Ah, Your Highness, I've been digging up every last scoop on this place just like I promised. Hey, would it be alright if I use this room to conduct my interview with one of my top secret insider sources? Sure. I guess it could just be voodoo. I don't know. We, of course, support free press here. Although, there's actually an asterisk to free press. I'm surprised nobody talked about that on Polemic Day. I'm fine with free press as long as they print retractions nice and loud and overtly. If you print a lie, and it is proven to be a lie, then you need to print that retraction right up on the front page, and probably on the original article in the internet age. Granted, I have a personal reason to want that, but I stand by that regardless. Your Highness, nothing stopping me from digging the truth. The truth! Mind if I use this room to do a hard-hitting interview? Sure, dude. Is nobody else in there? Is he just looking around? It couldn't have gone any better. Thanks for letting me use the room. Now to do an exclusive interview with someone else, probably George. He's not here right now. Savacom. But you know how it is. Or maybe you don't, but you can infer how it is. Good to see you. One more hard-hitting interview. Sure. I would agree with that, Enigma Machine. But, like... Again, I don't want to stray into polemic territory, but I just can think of several news outlets who have printed, published, demonstrably untrue factoids this year. Just this year. Who should probably post retractions to those. Because they have been proven demonstrably wrong. When Lord Godwin took control of the Sun Palace, I was there the very next day to cover the story. But Godwin's thugs wouldn't let me into Sol Falena, let alone the Sun Palace. Being an intrepid reporter, I tried sneaking in, but they caught me and threw me in the slammer. A journalist has to be quick on his feet, so I was able to talk my way out. But anyway, it was obvious Lord Godwin was trying to keep the truth under wraps. On top of that, he released a flood of propaganda blaming Sir George Prime for everything. Exhibit A, by the way, to keep this in the realm of fiction. I know reporters are supposed to be fair and impartial, but I couldn't turn a blind eye to these things. That's why I'm on your side, Your Highness. Being fair and impartial is only part of a journalist's job. I would agree with that as well, Enigma. In the interest of fairness, I know several news outlets which will say things like, they will make a point of saying alleged, presumed, current circumstance, basically adding the asterisk to sentences to say, we don't know if this is true, but this is what we're reporting. Because there's plenty of news that, you know, we can't just prove so clearly and cutly. So clearly? Whatever. Taylor's in the group now. And I'm actually going to go ahead and recruit him really quick. Because I just realized we can now ditch Lelai forever. You're probably thinking, what? Why? Well, check this out. He gives the Analyze ability. He's actually real good at it, too. We should probably get an actual party member in here. Where are we at right now? Who do we have? Cookie, Leon, me, Zarase. So let's go ahead and bring in Lelai. I mean, why not? He brings trade-in. I don't know what trade-in does. Good afternoon, God Emperor's finest. What does trade-in do? Oh my god, the lack of info in this game. What is this, a SNES game? An early SNES game? Yeah, let's put Lelai in the very back. No, sorry, Savicom, you asked a question. No, the Imperial news outlets are not motivated by money because they're independently funded. Which, there's other issues with that, obviously. But I do legitimately think that if you divorce news from business, you would have a beneficial outcome. Sure. We could advance Jean's quest, because we do want to recruit Jean. We do want our Rune Master. And not because she's wearing that. Good morning, Sir Ross. Lelkar, there it is. I mean, it wouldn't even surprise me. Takoida. Not really. We'll have this town back to normal in no time. This place was on fire. Yeah, I'm not trying to be negative here. It's just, you know... I mean, fire is still an issue. It's just, it's one we have kind of solved. within the last century. Now, that's actually overstating it. It's probably closer to like 50 years at this point. Your Highness, what a terrible sight. The Queen's Knights, the very symbols of Felina's security, setting fire to their own city. When the lawful run rampant, where does that leave the citizenry? We cannot allow these acts to continue. You could join us. Sorry, my place is here. Tended a little bit. Ah, okay. So we missed a step with him. That's okay. That sucks, but whatever. Go to the rune shop. Hello, Jean. Welcome to my shop. Oh, Your Highness, it's been a long time. My shop will be located in the town, this town. I look forward to serving you. Right. Hey, what's the night one? Oh, nice. What does she sell? Nothing interesting. Meh. Can I even access Rainwall right now? Actually, good question. Yeah. What's funny is the walkthrough says, just go back to Rainwall right now. Oh no, it says go near Rainwall. Okay. But I still need to be able to get to Rainwall, so... Question mark. Get some good rest, Enigma Machine. This just in. It's been reported. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. Dumb joke is dumb. Have a good one. So hang on, let's pull up the handy map, because Lord knows the game doesn't have one. Okay, so where are we? Where's Lothar? So there's where I need to go. Looks like I could get there from the east, dog? Of course, the western bridge is knocked out, so I can't go over there. Let's see if this will work, shall we? Because they're on the other side of that river, so we're going to have to try to use log to get over there. This sounds like a weird statement, but man, an airship would not go amiss in this game, because there's just rivers and cliffs blocking all my passages. You have to get from point A to point B. Eastern. Oh, I never mentioned it. I figured out why it is I was having so much of a hard time finding locations on the map I have. It's because they're labeled weird. Like, the town I just left is called Leluca in this map. For example. Okay, let's see if we can reach it. Because, yeah, Rainwall we actually can't reach. It's on the other side of that river. We can't cross rivers. That's impossible. Can I help you? So yeah, by the way, do you know there's actually levels to analyze? So now we can see SO, which I believe indicates its elemental weakness. I have no idea what SO is when it comes to weakness, though. Sun weakness, maybe? I don't know. I guess solar damage is a thing, so I guess that would make sense. Not a lot of sources of solar damage, though. In fact, to my knowledge, we only have one.
We did it!
Well, I hope the checkup goes well, period. I'm surprised you're not doing it remotely like the other one, period. There it is. There's the hole. Vulnerable to PC damage. I mean, what are you weak to? The PC. Oh. So yeah, those are weak to fire. So that's obvious. Those are weak to fire. Yeah, Taylor might be a permanent party member now. Just because of being able to see the health bars and elemental weaknesses. That might be mandatory.
For Lady Merced.
Big Hole. Love the names in this series. Alright, so what am I doing here? Hey, Ivanux. Thank you for coming. What's this, the hole? We don't know much about it. We do have a theory, though. We believe somehow a prairie caved in, creating this hole. This probably happened right about the time the Godwin forces were pursuing you, Your Highness. It's really about all we know for sure, really. So is that it? There's a recess. That shape left is too perfect to be natural. What would cause this? Is that all we need to do right now? Oh, easy way to test. Let's just save here. Save us some time. The Suikodens 1 through 5 are connected. I have no idea what tactics has to do with anything. Tyrcris is not connected. And I don't know about the ones that never came out in the States. Okay, nope. So let's go back to Lelkar. Hang on. Does, so whatever. Wait, that's not... So I need... And Zyg. Does this impact when they're in the support team? Does anyone know? Like, does Treasure Hunt work if they're in the support team? If it's not, I'm gonna have to redo my whole setup. And I'm sure nobody in chat knows, but I thought I'd ask anyways. I mean, it feels like it would. You know, that makes logical sense to me. I guess we'll just whatever it. But yeah, this game, for example, Ross, takes place 7 years before Suikoden 1, which takes place like a year or 2 years before, I guess 3 years, before Suikoden 2. Suikoden 3 takes place pretty shortly after Suikoden 2, and Suikoden 4 took place forever ago. No, Disco. I haven't even made the time to sit and watch it yet. And won't until it's time for Lore Week. Yeah, Suikoden 4 is quite a bit before the rest, which is weird for several reasons. Hey, John. How can I help you today? Please join us. Something I want to go pick up. Would you help me get it? It's a long and involved side quest. Thank you. You know about the big hole? The thing I'm looking for is inside the hole. I'll escort you there. Okay. And now she's in my party. Great. Guess we will temporarily swap Vicky out. Back to Big Hole. I mean, there's 3 reasons to recruit Jean, and I don't care about 2 of them. I'll let you guess which is the actual reason I'm recruiting her. Sure, just go for it. I'm terrified about what Disco's about to link me here. Look, I'm just saying, lizard wizards are the best. We might farm here a little bit. And by might, I mean we will 100% certainty will farm here a little bit. We're gonna farm now to set up for later. FYI, guys. For those of you on the VOD, this is the time to stop watching the game. Oh, it's one of these things again. Use the inputs there. It's actually a difficult area. Yes, Disco. Nobody likes giant cute fuzzballs that are killing my party. They even killed Leylai, for God's sakes. Alright, hang on. We gotta go back to... Listen, it's not my fault that Jean is the best rune master in the game, alright? And also the only one. What I'm confused about, though, it mentions I should be able to train up their abilities, but I don't know how to. So does anybody know what I'm doing wrong on that point? Like, going to the ability person didn't really help any. Okay, let me explain exactly what I mean here. From my understanding, and my walkthrough, I should be able to train up... that treasure hunt right there. But when I went to the actual trainer, treasure hunt wasn't even on the list. And it's D, so I should at least be able to rank it up to C, because C has been my cap for a while, but... So where do I do that? Well, you're a bro, Belcood, so... Well, let's try the first thing. Where is a magic trainer? Because you're right, I think it was all physical. At the trainer, I knew where they were. Thank you, Vigilant. As always. What did you donate towards? Too many tabs up right now. Get this right. Well, that sucks. Not you guys, sorry. Yeah, as I say, the castle one we won't get for a while. That's part of the problem there. On the fleet? Might have been. Let's go check. Let's go check. You take me to Raft Fleet? Oh wait, you can. I need treasure hunting to be at max because we're going to be farming a little bit. Oh my god, it really did do a cutscene for 10 feet. So let's see if we can find a magic trainer, shall we? That's a rune person. This is going to be the blacksmith. Or the sharpener, although while we're here. need to pull out a clip of that movie and then never use it because copy wrong, but, you know. I mean, if we're going to be using Leylai, we need to dump some money into her, so... We might not, I don't know. We're still debating that. So since we don't need to hoard money quite as badly as yesterday, we're going to go ahead and finish pushing Leon here. And that's it for right now. So that's armor, that's items. Hi. Yep, yep, okay. Okay, didn't really mean to, but we have a merchant now. Sure. Ah! Okay. Looks like Von Falkenstein was not lying to me. Okay. Hey, treasure hunt! And we are still capped at C. But at least we can push that up to C. While we're here, though. What the hell does incantation do? It says faster, but like, what does that matter? It's turn-based. And everyone gets a turn regardless. Unless it just increases their speed, but there's a speed stat, so... Now I'm just confused. We'll definitely push her chain magic. Receive magic training anywhere. Okay, now always feel bad during sections like this when I'm streaming, because it's like, well, I got nothing to say right now, and nothing's really happening on camera. The curse of long games, am I right? Over here, though. Probably not, Mr. Ed, but then again, they do literally have water magic to do exactly that, so who knows? Do I have any opinion for Sephiroth for Smash? I could fake one, but no, is the truthful answer. I don't really have what you'd call a large amount of investment in Smash Brothers, so no matter who the new character is, it's not something that I would particularly care about. I'm not saying that as an insult, it's just, you know... It's like finding out that someone changed in the roster in a sports team I don't follow. It's like, okay. I mean, I don't follow that team, so I don't really care. Alright, let me see if I can come up with an opinion. I suppose it's a good time to mention how silly Smash is in its own right, since these guys are wasting my time and money and effort. Oh my god! What the crap is this nonsense? I'm just trying to go from point A to point B. Fine, fine, fine. Have a meteor in the face. Jesus. Well, back to the inn. No, I'm kidding. I'll just use that. God dang. It isn't even worth anything. So, Sephiroth. First of all, if they're going to add another Square character, I would rather they add something that's not Final Fantasy and not Final Fantasy VII. Both of those points. Second of all, it's just kind of weird that they're adding Sephiroth, who is, you know, not only rather popular, but very powerful. And that means he's going to lose to Fox. So that's whatever. It's the Dissidia thing all over again. You know, Exdeath probably shouldn't be losing to Furion, you know. But let's ignore that for a moment. If we're going for representation of video games all being in a thing, I agree that, once again, having another Final Fantasy character and another Final Fantasy VII character was not the move I would have made. H-O... Oh, holy. You have a clip. Yeah, but they all do that, Malfunction. Every time they introduce a character, they win. You know what I mean? It's like the norm. Yeah, frankly, Kirby, who is Kirby, should not lose to Little Mac. Anyways, you get the point. You get the point. It's just kind of whatever. doesn't matter that much. I will admit his reach looks cool. I do like playing characters with reach, as you all know. Let's see what we can do here. Get poisoned, so that's negative. That Lei is so slow, my goodness. Yeah, I'll admit, so I have actually seen a little bit of the Sephiroth trailer, and the bit where Mario's impaled on his trousers, or overalls, that actually got a grin out of me. I guess I have the item for that. So, you got me there, game. Reminded me of how, you know, the Brawl one, the Subspace Emissary, actually had really good cutscenes. It's a shame they've decided to abandon that forever because of reasons that are best left to the imagination. I know what their excuse is, I've never believed it, so... questions, Luck. I don't know. Yeah, we need more sword users in Smash. It's very important. I suppose this boils down to the usual question: who would you add to Smash? I mean, again, if we're going from the representation angle, there's a lot of other people you could add. Unfortunately, the two biggest picks were already mentioned in chat, so this is just going to be a repeat. But Master Chief and Lara Croft would both be excellent picks, I think, since they're both franchises that haven't even been represented so far. Because we've already have a Castlevania character, for example. This is a long corridor. Rock's already in Smash. Has been since the 3DS version. I could see a Contra Dude working. It'd be nice to have more gun users, too. Spread Fire would be overpowered, as usual. What am I doing? What am I doing? The gargoyle from Ghouls and Goblins. I could see that. Although, if I had to pick a Ghouls and Goblins character to add, I know this is weird, but I'd pick the princess. You know, the one who does nothing, and I can't remember her name, and she's just there to be rescued. I don't know, I think we could do some creative stuff with that. How much longer do I have to keep digging? Quit your whining and keep your digging. You do want to see my abilities in action, don't you, Baggin? Boss Master, I'll do anything. Then keep digging. I'll show you what I'm capable of once you get to that orb. Okay, stand back. You might be the master of magic, but I'm the master of digging. For the alleged master of digging, you sure did take your sweet time. Bomberman? Yeah, I could see that. Geno? Again, we already have some Square stuff. We need to branch out more. Although if we had to add another Square character, then it should be a sword user, I think. I think that's a good pick. You sure are a peculiar troop of youngsters coming all this way. Have you come in search of the great rune magic master? You know, his magic is crazy. It'll blow you away. So the other day he carved this huge hole in the ground, just like that. It was crazy. Oh, for doing Dragon Quest, it needs to be Sylvando. Never seen a wizard as amazing as he is. Arrogant, you idiot. How many times must I tell you I am not a wizard? I'm a rune magic scholar. What? Oh, here we go. Rune magic gives us a window into a grand scheme of the world. I don't wish to be viewed as a brute like yourself who sees rune magic as nothing more than hocus pocus. Oh yeah, it's the same problem with Square in general on Falkenstein, and Final Fantasy, and you get it. I curse for you two, never underestimate the significance of rune magic. Yeah, sure thing, buddy. An unusual rune? You cannot fool me, I sense the power emanating from you! The symbol of the Falanan royal family, the Dawn Rune! What is that? Does it blow stuff up? I want to see it, Master. You, hand that rune over this instant. If you join us, I'll hand it over. I may be playing into your trap, but if it means getting my hands on that rune... Wait, what am I saying? The choice is hardly mine, or yours, for that matter. Master Leva? It said the rune chooses it. Yeah, that's how that works. If such rumors are true, you could not give it to me even if you wanted. I could hardly believe I almost fell for your devilish trickery. Man, I wanted to see stuff explode. If it is indeed impossible for you to give me the rune, then I have no use for you. Be gone! Hang on. Truly unfortunate. I could learn so much from the Dawn Rune. And I could have seen some explosions. Okay, we're done here. One moment, Your Highness. Yeah, what? What's up? Let's go. How did you... Whatever. Long time ago, this city prospered even before the Sindor came. It's been so long the city's been forgotten. Has even forgotten the fact of its own destruction. That's my destination. Tee hee hee. Look at all that rubble we're not going to be able to walk over as we go through here. Very Egyptian.
Forgive me for getting you involved. It won't take much longer.
That is a lie from hell. Alright, time to farm. So, I mean, we're already talking about Smash. Anyone else got a topic? Because, it's time to be bored. I mean, we'll see what our luck is like. I haven't decided if we're really grinding it or not. We are going through a pretty decent-sized dungeon, and we know what Suikoden dungeons are like, so... Ice Climbers? Is that a video game? Good luck. All three of these enemies can drop what I want, and I need at least 4 of that item. Gameplay positives? No.
Foolish.
Hey, we got one. So that's what I want, the magic absorb pieces. Getting 8 would be ideal. But I'll live with 4. This is why I bothered to get the treasure hunter thing earlier. Story negatives? I've debated a few, but nothing really big. I think I have played King's Quest, but it's been an exceptionally long time. So effectively, no. Hey, another piece. 2 down. We're actually having good luck so far. I haven't even stopped to grind, per se. The graphics are okay. I mean, they look like early PS2 graphics, except for the models, which look like later PS2 graphics animated like early PS2 graphics. I don't know, it's hard to get a feel on this. It feels like they're still getting a hang of doing 3D stuff, even though this is their 3rd PS2 game. I don't know. Then again, and I don't mean this in any way as an insult, but I've always gotten the impression that the Suikoden teams have always focused more of their time and efforts on the story side of things than the gameplay side of things, for lack of a better way to put it. Oh, absolutely, Zalok. Without question. Now, having me to think of one off the top of my head, that's a little bit difficult. There's been a few games I've reviewed where I've just gone for very, very, very long stretches without giving any pluses or minuses. And the whole time I'm just sitting there like, yeah, no. It's there. It's not bad. It's there. Okay. The current luck rate we've been having, I might actually be able to get my 2 MP absorbs. I had to say that. I had to say that and make sure I wouldn't get a piece that time. I think I'm up to 3 right now. Yep, I'm up to 3. Minesweeper. Yeah, there you go. Or Solitaire. There's a net neutral game. Plus to gameplay. Nothing. Plus to anything? No. Plus the story for Solitaire. That's what this does. Eh. That's true. Solitaire is very difficult to play without cheating. I'm kidding. I do know some people who have that issue. They just cannot avoid cheating in Solitaire. Under normal circumstances, this is the moment when I would go ahead and put something on to watch, you know? Just be like, okay. And just stop paying attention to the game, you know? Surely I'm not the only person who does that.
Foolishness.
Of course, now I've been really bad. I had to say something. I had to say something. Getting all kinds of bad luck now. I'm even poisoned. She can deal with poison. She's tough. She got this. She's got this. Oh my god, I can't walk over that crack. Ant-Man 1 or 2, S.A. Ross, and I hope you liked it either way. So what do you think of it? See that. There's a weird movie. Liar, liar. Interesting premise. Hey, I think that's 4. So now we have 1 magic absorb. Hey. What? I'm happy. I was worried I'd be here for a while, and I'm already feeling... I don't like dead air when it comes to streaming time. And, yeah. I always feel a particular brand of uncomfortable whenever I am streaming and I have a dead air sequence, like right now, for example. It's one of the biggest reasons why we came up with that cheating on lore runs rule back in the day, because if you remember, some of you probably weren't. In fact, I don't think anybody currently present was there for the time, but way back, about 6 years ago when we did the Final Fantasy Marathon, we weren't cheating, which meant we had a lot of dead air of just running around in circles leveling. Yeah. Why is it a column? Whatever. Well, I mean, they only get tired of it very briefly, Mr. Ed, because then they die. There's also an item here I kind of need. I mean, need is a bit strong, but it's an item I very much want. So we're going to be here at least a little bit longer until I get it. Now you got me thinking. Favorite Jim Carrey movie? I'm not actually a huge fan of Jim Carrey movies in general, nor indeed am I a big fan of Jim Carrey. I just don't find this type of humor funny. But if I had to pick one, my very first thought would probably be Earth Girls Are Easy. Like that's the one that jumps to my mind immediately. There it is, Prosperity Tunic. Well, that was relatively shortly after not only horrible medical stuff, but the near-death stuff, so that makes sense. So I'm not sure the exact timeline for that, I'd have to think about it. See, if I made enough money, not that I'm saying you guys should give me more money, I could totally support her at the same time, and afford to hire her full-time to be, you know, just here while I'm streaming. Be playing Animal Crossing on the side, you know. That on yeah, let's do that. Cheesecake. So, I do have to admit, Pillars of Eternity 2 isn't actually the best CRPG. And that's my fault, because I always forget about the actual best CRPG. However, I would probably put it at the number 2 slot. It's pretty high up there. Having said that, do I think the story was that much better than the sequel? Absolutely. I basically can't explain why without massively spoiling. But I do legitimately believe that the story was pushed forward in a very big and good way. Not just because of the quality of the writing itself, which was good, but because of the branching narrative, which is quite high. And there's a whole lot of your choices affect how quests go out, which is separate from the branching narrative, because the game has several endings and several ways to get there as well. And of course, they managed a lot of things right on the gameplay axis as well, effectively removing the trash problem, which is impressive by itself, and making the encounters more interesting as opposed to PoE 1's problem. Also, the ship mechanics were cool, and the exploration mechanics were cool. And she's dead. Jesus Christ. Okay, fine. Fine, game. You win. Here. Have a meteor to the face. Gonna be that much of a dick about it. Enjoy the meteor. Jackasses. Hey, a magic absorb. So we're up to 5 now. If I could get 3 more, that would really be awesome. But I don't know if you guys are paying attention. I'm starting to get a little bit tapped. I'm already mostly out of mana. And I don't have infinite healing items. You know, I'm actually not sure, Dakota. I assume that the magic stat does improve the spell's abilities, but I don't actually know. Ah, yes, you do get more mana with improved cast, although 9 is the cap for any given spell level. And most characters, so the amount of mana they gain depends on the character. Most characters never even get level 4 spells, never mind more than 1 level 4 cast. Oh, for Christ's sake. I would say Zarase, who is basically the best mage in the game, might get like 5 or 6 or whatever level 4s. I don't know the exact number, but I doubt she'd get 9. Oh, never mind. Zarase does get 9. Color me surprised. I have no legs and I must stomp. Really like trying to kill Layla, don't they? Whoop, whoop. Hey, 2 more. 2 more and I'll have what I want. I mean, that is a good thing. It's also one of the reasons I'm considering putting Isabelle up there instead, because Isabelle can equip heavy armor. At least I think she can. I might be misremembering, in which case never mind. Let's see if I can. Hey! Assemble. Where's the... Alright, I had this problem earlier. Why can't I make an orb? I had this exact same problem back in town. What is the problem here? What am I doing wrong? Any thoughts of the Game Award night? Well, I haven't watched it yet. So, I know that there's a Mass Effect teaser. I know there's a Dragon Age teaser. They're both probably gonna suck. I don't say that to be negative. It's just statistically speaking, that is the most likely outcome. Given their current track record. Which is not impressive. let's give her a counter. Alright. To Google, because I don't know why I can't make that orb. And I should be able to make one right now. So let's look it up. What? They need to be in one slot. The items need to be in one slot for it to count. This is the problem I had earlier. Wow. That's special. They're stacked, yeah, they need to be in, yeah, one stack. No, it doesn't stack by default. Actually explains a lot, really. So, hey, Magic Absorb. Hey, Zarase, I got something for you. Just... wow. Yeah, with limited inventory size, too. Whatever. Okay, so apparently I just need... I'm not in the right area at all. Let's see if we can figure out where this spot is, shall we? I mean, I could, Walker. I mean, Lord knows that that is kind of where we're going right now. Like, it is getting more and more likely that there are certain games where it is actually safer to just straight up play with the game music turned off. Which is stupid. It doesn't benefit anybody. That's what... I know I keep saying that, but that just keeps bothering me how much this is so pointless to everyone. I'm sorry, music license labels. You will not make more money by preventing people from streaming games that you happen to have the distribution rights to. Doesn't work that way. You idiots. Beginning of BFA, Toby Maddox. I fell out of love during the atrocity of Teldrassil and the related, aggravations that were attached thereto. The moment they completely ripped me out of the narrative and forced me to do things that I was incredibly unaccepting of, and also did something that was kind of horrific, while not doing it for good intent, while ensuring that in-characters would be incredibly stupid about how they deal with it. Yeah, that was the exact moment in which I walked away from WoW, in terms of loving WoW. It's a shame, it's still the best MMO out there in terms of gameplay, in my opinion. I mean, she was never my war chief, but yeah, sure, why not? I mean, she wasn't anyone's war chief, although that's, you know, something we are aware of now. Or more. Probably a walker. And that's probably exactly what they want. Companies have a very long-standing habit of assuming that new things can be approached like old things, and try to do everything they can in order to try and curtail or injure the new thing in the effort to try and squeeze money out of it. That is a very old, very common practice.
We did it!
I mean, again, books. Okay, she's full. I need to check that. At this point, we might as well just farm for the second piece, right? I mean, we've kind of got infinite mana now. If you don't know what I mean, well, in case you haven't been paying attention, this is how the MP Absorb room works. Hey, look, we're at full mana. So the way it works is every single time they do a melee attack, they gain 1 mana back. Which doesn't sound like a lot. But, that 1 mana is 1 cast of Meteor, for example. Now, the way it works is you get the smallest mana back, then the next, then the next, then the next. Hey, another piece. But it is beautiful. So, we're going to go ahead and try to get another one of those. Speaking of which, what are we up to? 3 pieces, so I need 1 more piece to get my second one. I'll be happy with just 2 magic absorbs. So we'll run in a circle for a minute. Favorite IP or franchise that's currently dead? I mean, Suikoden is kind of dead, but it's getting a revival with the spiritual successor, so that's nice. Let's see. I would say Mega Man, except Mega Man 11 came out finally. Chrono Trigger? Babylon 5? Yeah. Babylon 5 counts. But you probably mean games.
Foolishness.
Hey, that's our 4th piece. Well, can I double check? But I'm pretty sure we're good now. Yep. While we're here, just before I even forget to do it. Assemble. Magic Absorb. Okay. True, Dakota. Didn't even think about that. But you're right. What is a dead franchise? What's a dead game franchise that I care about? Dragon Age! Yeah, Mega Man X is probably turbo dead, too. By the way, what just happened there is I just refilled my 2 Meteor casts back up to full. Just to really emphasize how ridiculous Magic Absorb is. I'll prove it. See? It's just ridiculous, and I love it. Metroid? No, Metroid's being worked on. StarCraft? Yeah, StarCraft's pretty dead. That actually might be pretty high tier for me. StarCraft is pretty dead right now. Duke Nukem I was never a fan of, so that's whatever for me. Good morning, Gum Gum. Ooh, I'll take that. Yeah, Elder Scrolls actually has been dead for a while. I would say it doesn't qualify as dead because they are working on Elder Scrolls 6, but it has been a fairly long time since Skyrim came out. Weird to think about, really. To my knowledge, no, Loner. There might be little, drifting over of teams, but to my knowledge, again, no. F-Zero, yeah. That's a franchise. Mother is also dead. Yeah, nobody likes RTS games because they're stupid. I liked Golden Sun 1 a lot more than 2, and I never played 3, Smoothie Life. Yeah, Metroid's another one where it's kinda dead, but they are working on Metroid Prime 5, so... kind of a whatever situation. GTA? I mean, it hasn't been that long since GTA 5 came out. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's a lot of half-deads. That's a good way to put that. Shows I am very low on healing items. I mean, that makes sense. I've been burning my inventory getting through this place. Yeah, I noticed that on Falkenstein. Which makes sense since you have so few healing casts, right? Making it either AoE heal or heal plus Esuna is kind of a nice touch. Wait. What? That's a good question, SJ. Both of those are good questions. The latter is more likely, considering how hard they're trying to push Red Dead Online, which is not good. As in, the game's not good, in addition to the fact that it's not good as a thing. Thank you for the help. We can leave now. Will you join us, I think? Hang on, let's just try that. Will you join us now? So... I'll stay at your castle from now on. Yay! Perma friend. Woo! A single game that made me wish it was made into a franchise. That's a good question. I feel like there's some answers to that one, but for some reason nothing's coming to mind. Let me think of that for a minute. Chrono Trigger! No, Arcanum? Yeah, I could see that. We do not, Pretzel. They have been very quiet about Jean over the years. It's actually kind of frustrating. I mean, I get that you want to be coy, but damn it, it's been 5 games. Give us some answers. Mario XCOM. Yeah, let's get rid of the Rabbids. And just keep it going. Aw, there was actually a... Well, I just missed out on a formation, but honestly, I don't feel like going back to that whole 2 dungeons all over again. So, let's get out of here. I mean, I stand by my statement. Mario plus Rabbids would have been a much better game without the Rabbids in your party, or perhaps without the Rabbids being mandatory, would be a better way to put that. For those of you not aware, you had to have a Rabbid in your party, which just absolutely torpedoed that game for me in several ways. Not just because of the fact that I don't give a damn about the Rabbids, but because of the fact that, just from a purely gameplay perspective, my preferred lineup would not have included any Rabbids. They were probably legitimately afraid no one would pick them. And in my case, they were absolutely right. Like, if I could have brought Yoshi, Luigi, and Peach to a party, I totally would have, because they would have wrecked face. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Rabbid Peach is specifically the one I used. Because, you know... Alright, Sean. Yeah, Tyranny's a good pick. I was actually... Some of you may remember the Tyranny run, and I was very hopeful for Tyranny 2, because Tyranny 1 set up a lot of dominoes. And as of this point, I think it's probably officially abandoned. So that sucks. That's true, Takota. The Microsoft shift really does change several things from a budget and executive perspective, so who knows? It is something that's possible. So since I just kind of torpedoed a lot of my inventory, let's see if we can restock a little bit. Cheesecake. Ooh. I don't want to oversell Tyranny, but what it did right, I think it did very right. It's probably the simplest way I could explain Tyranny. It still had a lot of classical CRPG issues, but it did all the things right. does she always say tee-hee? Is it because she's secretly a demon? Guys, is she secretly a demon? Do you mean Suikoden lore, or do you mean Suikoden, comma, capital lore? If I had to say the most fascinating part of Suikoden lore for me would be the very nature of the True Runes and their, the board game thing I keep talking about. It's like Smoothie Life over there, for example. As you can see, you still get to see Ridiculous Me. Oh, yep, hang on, gotta see if there's a tramp stamp. Not because she's a slut, but because she's a demon. We all know only demons have tramp stamps, right? I actually don't know anybody who does. Now that occurs to me. Well, that's okay, Loner. You guys know what that sound effect means, so I don't really mind. I can see the amount, and that's the part that really matters. Thank you, Smoothie Life. Very, very much appreciate. I will use that money to buy some Christmas presents this morning. And I will put that towards Pokemon Crystal. I would say PoE 2 is better on the gameplay axis than Tyranny. But Tyranny is probably better on the story axis. Make of that what you will. Okay, so I need to... So if I had to rank Pathfinder, PoE 1, PoE 2, Torment, Tyranny, and the best CRPG of the modern era, which is Divinity Original Sin Part 2, by the way, I would put DOS 2 on top, then PoE 2, then Tyranny, then Pathfinder Kingmaker, then Torment, then PoE 1, in that order. Can I not put Drain? I can't. Wow. Might I recommend more sleep? Well, I hear there's this bald idiot who did a stream of it, although we may not have saved that one, and that was before we were doing reviews, so who knows. It was a damn good run, though. Like, for all the aggravations, and there were, I'm not gonna lie, that was a damn good run. Sorry, I'm thinking about my setup here. I'll put that there instead. Sure, that's counter. Okay. inventory sorted, runes equipped. Is there something else? Yes, there was one other thing I wanted to do before we progress. Let's do this. Okay. Harvest. Earth, find the river. Might not be a person here. That's okay if there isn't. It's not a big deal. Definitely not seeing anybody. Except for a tactic, which we never picked up, apparently. That's funny. Anyways, totally meant to do that. Looks like she's not here, that's fine. Weird thing, I don't know why it doesn't let us use the item in towns. This item. Like, we have to literally leave town to be able to teleport back to town, which I don't quite understand, but whatever. Okay, let's pull up the map. So apparently I've never been there. We can't get to Rainwall. We can get to Howd, though. So it's time to go to the best town in the game. Okay, we're only staying here a second. And these roads aren't very well maintained, are they?
Foolishness.
I mean, Navy troopers are a thing, even in Star Wars. They totally suck in terms of stats, but let's ignore that. I can unlock Rainwall. Her speed is crazy. Like Lelai, who's speed is terrible.
For Lady Mercedes.
Rare. What are those sticking out of it? Whatever. Let's just use Meteor again, because why not? What are those? Like they're just jutting out of its sides. And its head. Why aren't we analyzing it? Okay. Make sure Taylor's in my group.
They can't defeat me.
Ooh, marbled beef. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, nope, Taylor's in the group. I believes you. God, it's the Keeblers. There's only one way to deal with elves.
Foolishness. Foolishness.
We've never actually been here. The plot hasn't driven us here yet. No, H. Markley, I am not, absolutely. I have a walkthrough up, but no. Sweet, cursed statues. More cursed statues. That's a lot of cursed statues. Here, you want buying these? Here, buy these curses off me, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. Skunk orb. Go past 7 yet. Nope. But no, I'm pretty sure as of now I've already screwed that up, H. Markley, so. You must be loaded. Or I mean have a fine upbringing. I have a proposal. How about you play a game with me? Sure. I'll wager 2,000 potch. What a sucker. My name's Linfa, by the way. Runner? Sounds fancy, almost like a prince or something. Oh god. call. I don't know how to play Blind Man's Bluff, by the way. Okay. Here's your stinking 2,000. Paying back everything at once. I thought I'd actually trust you. Shut up already. Money ain't good enough for you? What's the best I can do? Now stay off my tail. Okay. Friendly word of advice. You won't go far if you can't even see through a gimmick like that. I mean, she could have just asked for the money. I got 2,000 posh. Hi, Nakia. Your Highness, have you come to arrest me? Are you gonna throw me in the Fetus right now? If you're gonna throw me in, just get it over with. No trials, no lawyers, none of that boring stuff. But before you do, I'll have you know, Auroch tricked me. I'm a victim, too. You can join me. Want me to join the Lorewalker army? Well, okay. Good, I won't have to go looking for a lawyer. That'll save me some cash. Wait a second. You may have conked me big time, but I want a rematch. Okay. Let's fight, Miss Nakia. I hear she makes really good furniture, at least.
Oh yeah, I'm all fired up now. Okay, here I go. Special move, Demba Avalanche. Special move, Demba Avalanche.
You know, I feel like you just tried that and,
Ow, you did quite a number on me. I'm telling you, that won't work on me. Now you'll get the same back. Special move! Ow, sorry, looks like I can't do that one. Prince, you're pretty strong, aren't you? I lost.
ouch and double ouch. You sir Rebecca Wallop. You sure you even want a weak little girl like me under to you? Just kidding. I mean, who wouldn't want a bunch of cool looking special moves like mine on their side? So, here, you can have the super duper special prize. A potion. Just go to the town. Go to the castle. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm gonna question it.
Yep, it's a legitimate hiring process, Archmarkley. Let's see, you want to work for us, huh? Okay, hang on. Let's go out front. Roll up the sleeves. Bam, bam. Why are you hitting me? We're trying to recruit you.
Oh, I can't feel my face.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting for me, too. You're a good prospect. Oh! Thunk. Alright, welcome to the team. Judy from HR will introduce you to the company doctors. Well, I've played Tierkris von Falkenstein. Never finished it because it sucked. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. I didn't care for it. It sucked. And, That's true, SJ. I'd rather be beaten up than be told, what's your biggest weakness as an employee? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Biggest weakness? I'm such a hard worker, you know? I work extra long hours for no pay. Oh, that's exactly what we're looking for. That is nuts. I already have access to Battlefield. That's the correct answer. I will say whatever it is that you want me to say to get this job.
What do you think?
Do you want me to suck up? Do you want me to not suck up? Like, give me a tip. I don't have my cheat sheet with me. In 5 years' time, I will have conquered this pathetic and miserable planet. She was about to do it a second time, but, you know. Yeah, if there's a steady paycheck, I'll believe whatever, okay? This is a good line, too. Hey, Rainwall. Aw, I just wanted to unlock it while I was here. Yeah, where are you going to be in 5 years? Well, after the zombie apocalypse in December 18th. I mean, you can defend it if you want, softcore gamers. Just in my experience, that question is a trap. As most interview questions are. They're not actually interested in your response, you know? Shoot. Tell us about a time you de-escalated a situation with your previous employer. Well, there was this one time. My boss wanted me to work extra with no extra pay, so I slugged him in the face. Those are good times. And then I started blasting. Yeah, exactly. I suppose I could also say that I think part of the problem is that they do canned questions to begin with, as opposed to, you know... Group interviews. I've only had to be present for one of those, thankfully. Alright, I'll interview SJ right now. Hang on. Mr. SJ. I can't even do it. I can't even do it. You guys stole all the good jokes anyways. Okay, so... What? One moment. I sense a quest I haven't done. There it is. How did I miss that? Today we're going to be having tryouts. Let's see, it's necessary to keep interviews fair. God, I really don't agree with that. I mean, I suppose that doesn't put me in the minority or anything, but seriously. We need to interview everyone in the exact same standard because... It's because everyone's the same and every job's the same, don't you know, guys? Well, that's just magic, really. God, she is so... Oh god, yeah, it's the Kumada factory all over again. 10-second lunch break approved. Boop. There's got to be a faster way out of the door of town than doing all this nonsense. Yeah, I've actually had people ask me, you know, how would you conduct an interviews, and I always say that's an invalid question, and they look at me weird. Because the point is, I wouldn't standardize. I would be like, okay, well, what am I hiring for? And you know, what's the company I'm working at that I'm hiring for? Oh, it's this and this. Okay, now I can answer your question. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I should check that really quick. Oh, we're kind of auto-battling our way out of this place. How much money are you looking for? All of it. All of it? Yeah, all of the money. 3 billion? That sounds like a decent answer, right? I'll take $3 billion. Total? No, an hour. Okay, sure, yeah. Look, we really want to hire you. I can tell.
For Lady Mercedes.
Just I'm getting some spare change here. Hey, it should be here tomorrow. Excellent. Oh god, that sounds horrible, Walker. Alright, we need to come up with some here, let's do an exercise right now, because we're going to be walking around for a minute, so... Let's come up with some standardized interview questions, okay? Alright. First question, obviously. Why is it that you see fit to steal money from your company constantly? I think that's the most obvious first question. There's got to be a faster way to leave this town than this. Let's see. Standardized questions that aren't completely stupid. Do you know who Dunning-Kruger is? Wow. I didn't actually know who that was until someone started accusing me of being that. And then I had to look it up, and I was just like, really? Alright. See, the problem is all the standardized questions are things that would be on a piece of paper. You know what I mean? Anything that's standardized does not need to be asked by a person, if we're to drop joking for a second. You know, how old are you? What's your previous work experience? Why did you leave your previous job? Are you a felon? What are you a felon for? Because that's a whole mess. Give an example of a time where you and a coworker had a difference of opinion on how to complete a goal. Yeah, the problem, in my experience, no, really, is that the felony question is mostly just a, are you a felon? Oh, you are? Well, then we're not hiring you. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter why it is. How long ago it is. It's a check mark. You're not getting hired. What's funny is it's the exact same place with renting an apartment, too. Oh, you have a felony on your record. Well, we're not renting to you, then. Now, you might think, well, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, it would make sense if felonies were felonies. And, you know, everything in the universe was completely linear and basic. But yeah, if you sold weed 20 years ago, or whatever, whoop-de-frickin' crap, right? Or how about if you got in a car accident? There's one I know from personal experience. Yeah, because there's a bit of gradients between, yeah, I murdered someone, and yeah, I wrote a bad check. Both of those are felonies, by the way. Yeah, by the way, there's actually another funny niggle to that. Some of you may not know, there's actually degrees of felonies in the actual legal system. 1 through 9, I want to say. First degree felony, second degree felony, etc. 9th degree felonies are basically misdemeanors. They're nonsense. They're nothing burgers. But they still qualify as a felony, and most other people outside of the legal system, well, they don't care. All they see is a felony. So again, bad check equals murder. I mean, even the bad check thing. There's gradients there, too. Well, let's not go into that. There it is. It varies, SJ. There's the Iron Hammer. Okay, so. Honestly, that is a valid point, Salvacom. That gets into a more philosophical thing. Should a criminal justice system be more focused on punishment or rehabilitation? And that's something that's been argued a lot. Sorry, felonies are on my mind because that frickin' idiot needs to be dropped into a river. He's like, we should make it a felony to breathe. Okay, we can finally push our weapons up to 10. That's gonna be pretty expensive, though. That has to do with the, in my opinion, fallacy of duration equals severity, basically, Zillow. but that's, yeah, that's what it is. I mean, that was what the Justice Lords did, Gum Gum. Any crime was a severe crime. Like, basically any crime was treated as a crime, and all crimes were treated equally. That's also something they did in that terrible, terrible episode of TNG Season 1, Justice. There's only one type of crime, and there's only one punishment, death. On the spot, by the way. They literally kill you right there on the spot. I mean, that'll prevent people from committing crimes, right? That's how that works. Now, in case you don't understand, because I've heard people use that argument in real life. Treat you. Join us. Oh, but... Well, I mean, that is my opinion, Zalog. And yeah, Judge Dredd was literally a satire, for those of you not aware. Working on weapons is the highest priority, especially ones that impale. Idiot. Ouch. Master Violence is wrong. Shut your mouth. I'm just knocking some sense into you, boy. You need 100 more years before you can even think about working on weapons. But... Hi, Twister. Aw, we can't get a blacksmith. I mean, there's a pretty big flaw with the mentality to begin with, in my opinion, of, you know, all crimes should be treated equally. But even if we ignore that, even if that somehow is a valid approach, there's the problem that was raised by that episode of TNG. What happens if you accidentally commit a crime? And if you decide to allow, you know, leniency for accidental, you know, ignorance, basically crimes of ignorance, then you have to start determining whether it is a crime of ignorance or not. Okay, it's in Sable. That's what I wanted to know. Okay. Did I already... I did. Perfect. Please let me use the item here. Please. Ah, okay. There's got to be a faster way to leave this stupid town. Does anybody know how to get out of this town without going through an entire dungeon? Teleport here. I can sail here, but I can't leave. Oh, absolutely. S.A. Ross. Airship. Thank God. Thank you, Savarcom. Dude, the question's awesome. And not just because he's voiced by... I can never think of his name. Awesome. See you around, Walker. Oh my God, I can't think of his name. Wei Yun. I can't think of his name. Jeffrey Combs. There we go. Okay. forget how to pronounce it. Always with the elves. I give up. I give up. Probably JLU. S.A. Ross. There was so much good stuff in the JLU. When I think of DCAU, it's the first show that comes to mind. I'd probably put Batman Beyond right below it, and then Batman the Animated Series below that. It's the bandits. Cease, bandits. Cease your bandit-like activities as well. In broad daylight too. You guys are getting gutsy, but it all ends here. You banditing bandits, you. What? But this is the real prince. Oh no, not that trick again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, and you're asking for it. Prepare to die. Okay. You guys are not impressing me too much, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll just throw a meteor at them. It's cool. When was the alternate Nazi thing with Savage? Pretty sure that was JLU. Damn it, beaten by a horde of bandits! A greater shame I cannot imagine. Beaten twice by a horde of bandits. Called for reinforcements. I'm on it! Oh, wait. Buzz! General Din! Buzz! God, he is tall. That is Cyllades and Leona with him. Yep, that's the real prince. You heard it all, Prince? No! No, I am not. That's a huge relief. Sable's got some of the biggest, baddest soldiers in all the land. Well, I mean, meteors. Sheathe your swords, men. But General Din, these bandits... Silence! These are no bandits. This is His Royal Highness Prince Runner. Now stand down. As you command. But I still don't trust these guys. He looks just like the bandit leader we spotted the other day. If he really is the prince, then maybe the prince is just a bandit. No disrespect, but maybe he has you fooled too. You don't have any proof, right? You're right, I'd have no proof. I can only ask you to trust me. Is there really that much of a resemblance? The prince isn't exactly average looking. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it myself. But even if the prince were standing right next to the bandit, I'd have a hard time telling them apart. I'm telling you, all you guys would be fooled too. Maybe even the prince himself. Sure. There's no way he looks that much like the prince. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Leon, misobservation, will be able to pick up on that. Yeah, the Clone Wars approach, S.A. Ross. Which I agree is a good approach. Your Highness, please forgive my men. They mean no disrespect. With the constant threat of our mess and now roving horde of bandits, they're a bit on edge. Please understand. It's cool. It's even worse than I thought. Now I really feel like giving that imposter a good slapping. Careful, he might like that. And a double slapping! He might not like that. Please meet with our leader, Lord Ralval, Your Highness. He awaits you in Sable. Maybe we can shed more light on things. Yeah, I know, right, Permius? Are you sure you're not just a moron? You might be an idiot. Yes, I'm pretty sure. I guess I have to bring Din, so whatever. Sir, maybe you're a complete incompetent. Sir, I think you just shot me accidentally. Sir, you keep shooting me accidentally. Maybe you should stop shooting me, sir. Ah! Probably yes, Eros. Although I don't remember how long the episodes are. That's part of the equation too. 20 minute. What is it? It's 22 or 44 minutes. Those are the formats. And yeah, 22 minutes would work pretty well. If we ever do streaminations of a 44-minute show, then we are gonna just do one per week. Sir, you've shot me. That's a waste of ammunition. I'm gonna have to write you up, General. Ah, more waste of ammunition. This is treason. Those are company resources you're blowing away. I mean, that makes sense, as Heroes. I mean, DS9 had a 9-part finale, so... Magic. That's true. Zero waste, zero emission. Stab. If you want to be really efficient, that's when Frostmourne comes in. Nothing wasted, body or soul. Look, it's Prince Runner. The Prince? Why, he's nothing but a no-good bandit. Why is General Din even being seen with the likes of him? Were it not with General Din, I'd beat the Prince within an inch of his life. Even the odd ones are more cordial than those. Deeply, deeply sorry, Highness. Please stay strong. Ignore their taunts. Yeah, it's fine. I'll forgive you, but just because of this kicking song. General Din, there you are. I've been waiting for you, sir. I've brought His Royal Highness Prince Runner with me, my lord. Your Highness, Lady Leon, what a pleasant surprise. Solus Ralbel, Lord of Sable, at your service. I bid you welcome. Actually, there is S.A. Ross, but it's kind of a dumb one. It's been quite some time since last we met, Lady Sire Leeds. I apologize it had to be under these circumstances. Indeed, sorry for all the fuss. No, my ladies, I wish to apologize. To come all this way to this remote outpost only to endure hostility from the townspeople, please forgive me. Let me inform the Highness of the situation. Let me begin by saying I do not believe the rumors myself. For one thing, what reason would His Highness have to resorting for banditry? Yeah, that's called the logic answer. Most people don't listen to the logic answer for some reason. Unfortunately, there have been many witnesses to the imposter's crimes. Witnesses? Yeah, about that. See, I went out with Din and his men to root out the bandits. I wanted to get my hands on this bandit prince and wring his neck with my own two hands. After hours of searching, we came across the damn bandits laying waste to a caravan. And my eyes went straight to the ringleader. Looks just like the prince, just like him. I even shouted, "Prince, what do you think you're doing?" Big mistake. Many soldiers saw what happened. The rumor has it that it was His Highness, the prince, spread like wildfire, and the rumor reached the townspeople. And now all but a handful are against His Royal Highness. Thanks, Boz. I've been blaming myself. I feel awful about it. Please don't blame Lord Wilde. If he had not shouted at the ringleader, I might have done it myself. The ringleader really does resemble you that closely. Oh my god! Please shut up about that. I don't care how similar he looks. Personally, I've wanted Sable to ally with your cause. I believe it's in Sable's best interest, and more importantly, I'm confident justice is on your Highness's side. Good afternoon, Bragwin. However, I cannot enforce a policy that the people do not agree with, even if I am their leader. What kind of leader are you? Sorry. If Runner could catch the ringleader himself, that would clear things up. Let's do it, Prince. Please allow me to accommodate you as well. To the Rondro Mountains. Okay. We gotta check a few things really quick. First, in town. You're in the back row, right? Yep. Alright, the all-important Fate Epic control thing. Which one, S.A. Ross? For there are two. I mean, they have, like, Starfleet Intelligence and stuff like that. Gum. Starfleet itself would argue to be an agency. Mid-aughts. Yeah, it doesn't answer me. Hey, what's up? Aw. I don't care about those people because they don't have a portrait, so... They're hardly even... Oh god, that would be a weird type of elitism or classism in a setting, wouldn't it? Zero Industry. Who are you? Oh, he's a no portrait. Ugh. No portraits make me sick. Can I go? No, I can't. This is magic. Never mind. Okay, so the serious one as opposed to the silly one. In that case, no. Actually, I've never really watched the serious one. Only the silly one. My stepdad really likes the silly one. He watches it as his unwind after work. I would call Nutrieval worse personally, but that's about how I tend to define things. And I am a weirdo. That does sound unpleasant, Blackwell. Warhammer? Total War Warhammer, I mean. Artemis soldier with a portrait who fought to the death to ensure his general could escape. Jeez, Blackwell. Bit of a gap there. This way, maybe? Kinda need this item. See the staircase. There we go. Silver hammer. That's the big one. That's the main thing I wanted. Okay. Sure, why not, Mr. Red? Just because something old doesn't mean it's better, right? God, you're right, Pretzel. God, I haven't played a Wild Arms game in forever. Not since the third one, I think. I never remember. It's one of them. Oh, all the time, Gum Gum. That's actually more common than it is not, actually. Actually, the Galactic Empire was pretty well designed in the EU. Not so much in the AU. That depends. Do we count Weyland-Yutani? I'm curious which one you're thinking of, Blue Alex. I can think of at least 3 fictions off the top of my head that at the very least have a greater breadth than Lord of the Rings. Looks like I turned over the MCU. Oops. Yeah, the AU Galactic Empire is, hey, they're Nazis. What is there to that? No, they're Nazis. Okay. Onesies. Ugh.
Foolishness.
I mean, if we're just thinking movies, if we're limiting ourselves to cinematography, I'd have to think about that. It's the bandits. Cease, bandits. Cease your bandit-like activities as well. Ultimate. Well, dude, there's the real prince. No bandit. But that's exactly it. We suspect the prince is the bandit. His Highness is here to prove otherwise. Stand down. Let us pass. As you wish. I'll obey your order, even though I don't agree with it. Prince totally is a bandit, you guys, even though that makes no sense on any level whatsoever. You might think, lore, isn't that bad writing? No, people are this stupid. Which one was Cross? S.A. Ross. Oh, he was the scientist who became Wasp, or Hornet? Whatever he was. He was alright, I guess. Whatever I said about him in the Rumination is what I think about him. I do, actually, von Falkenstein. Yellow Jacket, that's what he was called. I mean, they're still causing me a few issues, von Falkenstein. But not so much because now I have the ability to regenerate my mana and cast Meteor. Although I hope you guys aren't bored of Meteor, because we're going to be using a lot of that. No, the Covenant makes perfect sense because, especially in Halo 2, it was clear they were on their way out. They were a dying empire. And they should have been.
What do you think?
I hope people who are into Smash enjoy Sephiroth, Pika. Well, they could have killed the humans, that's not the point. I'm pretty sure even if they had killed humanity, they were screwed. Oh no, it's bandits. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about Eric the Absolute once we get there, since it's another one of those who frickin' knows situations. Since, you know, the series is dead, and will probably not be coming back anytime soon. It's another franchise that's dead. Actually dead. Four, I think, Pika? Something like that. We're already not getting 2 of them, guaranteed. Not sure about the others at this point. Yeah, we saw the "we were murdered off screen" ending already. Lufia, Pika. The epic. I have to admit, I almost wish they hadn't even introduced Eric the Absolute. Because the implication, as stated at the end of Lufia 2, is that there's other Sinistrals, and yet, despite the fact that we have 3 games part of one continuity, we've never seen them. They've only been hinted at in 2 lines of dialogue in the entire franchise. I don't know if that's weird, Pika. We'll see what they do with it. It's probably gonna be crap. I mean, I don't mean to be negative, but again, statistically speaking, it will probably be crap. The odds are good. Or bad, I suppose? However you want to think of that.
Foolishness.
Apparently Din and Belkoot have a unite attack. Yeah, exactly, Ross. The Suikoden series is dead. It's a dead franchise. Has been for years. Suikoden 5 came out in 2006, then they had Tierkris, which came out around then. And I think think the PSP ones came out after that, and that's kind of it. The Itruden Chronicles, or however you're supposed to say that, will be the continuation of this franchise. See Bloodstained and Castlevania for another parallel. Oh yeah, there is that new Suikoden pachinko machine, just like the Metal Gear Solid pachinko machine they made a couple years back. I can't even make this crap up at this point. Yep, Mega Man was definitely continued by Mighty Number 9. Can I get a, on Zalote, please? Thank you. Oh, I can't wait, Mr. Red. See, what's going to happen is if I ever go to Japan, I will have infinite power. So if I go to Japan with the power of the Q, and I sit down and there's a Final Fantasy VI pachinko machine. Wow. Why do they die? Why is it common, though, Gum-Gum? And don't say because they're matriarchal, because that just means that it's okay to murder people of a specific gender. The Mana series is actually kind of still dead. It's just half-dead. It's in that half-dead state, because we've been getting ports lately. But we haven't had a new Mana game since the DS. It really is funny to me how much better at a tank that both myself and Leon are than our actual frontline tank. I'm thinking more and more I might actually go ahead and bow her out for Isabel whenever we get her. Then again, who knows? Maybe they'll actually continue the Mana series. Doubt it, but it's possible. And who knows? It might even be good. So that's two unlikely things that have to happen in a row. Okay, boss fight. Oh, by the way. Boss fight? Boss fight. Probably Pika. Not that there's much to share, but yes, I will talk about it. Hey, Roy. Good to see you. Roy? Who are these guys, Roy? Oh, must be new members. Look a little old, especially the lady in... You idiot, Roy's inside, sleeping, remember? He is? These are the bandits. Well, who's that? What do you think? It's the real prince. No way. Have you now, bandit scum. Surrender now or die. Well, they didn't surrender, so... What is with his glove? Oh, I'm out of battlefields. I mean, just another Mana game would be fine, Solo. I'm not sure how to answer that question without just designing a game from scratch. But yes, co-op would be mandatory. Online co-op. This is 2020. It's about to be 2021. Anyways, so I started casting. Yeah, I hate to use current year argument because people don't like that for some reason, but come on, guys. We have internet connectivity. We should have online co-op. They gave us the Regal rundown. Damn it, where's Roy when you need him? So this Roy is the imposter, and he's in that cave? No, wait, you can't go in there. It's haunted and stuff. Do you want to slap him first, or shall I? The best part is we're probably going to recruit these people. Rory said the real prince was a wuss. Ah, so the answer to my question is yes, Gum Gum. That's pretty messed up. Wow, it won't let me go save. Okay. Whatever, boss fight plus a duel. I'm with it. We're gonna save state, because screw all that mess. This is the first fake-out duel in the game, so this should be fun. I'm sorry, Tiara armor? That's not what I'd call surprising, Biga. Well, Din can wear the Tiara armor, so that's good. So can we.
Foolishness.
I like how the bandits keep dropping paintings. What is this, D&D? I guess it is Tyra armor. What the heck is a Tyra? Oh, whatever. Of course it would, Pika. Straight porting this game to the Switch would be a joke. Same with the PC, same with the PS5, and the Essex. They'd never do that because Konami is stupid. And yeah, I feel comfortable saying that throwing away that kind of money for no good reason is stupid. Never mind the obvious benefits to, you know, society and gamers, etc. Bigger, Gum Gum. No, it's cool. We're not gonna make this happen. I think this may be a mage playthrough, unlike Suikoden 2, where we were very heavily leaning on the physical side of things. Which is funny, because literally half my party is melee right now. Well, 2 hybrids and a melee. that's because they were talking about a proper remake, Pika, which is a lot of work. A remake is a very different animal from a port. I mean, I don't want to sound dismissive, because there are such a things as bad ports, but a port is by a huge margin the easiest thing to do when it comes to pushing a game
Are
forward.
you Roy?
Oh, man. Guess the jig's up, huh? Just when it was starting to get good, too. Relax. I'm not gonna put up a fight. Wouldn't want to wear myself out, you know? Ah, looks like the real thing showed up, huh? Yeah, a lot of people told me we looked alike, but geez, we're like two peas in a pod. Kinda scary, huh?
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked myself. No wonder Dine and Boz couldn't tell you apart.
Really? I don't think they look all that much alike.
That's because you're observant.
Their features are completely different. The prince doesn't look vulgar like he does.
Different eye color, too.
Ain't you a sweet talker? Yeah, so I'm a thug from the slums. My whole life I've had to crawl around with other lowlifes of society. Unlike the prince here, who's been pampered like a little baby. No wonder we look different. But we still look an awful lot alike. So don't you think it's unfair our lives are so different?
Also, body language
That's
and
why I
demeanor
thought
are
I'd do
completely
something
different.
about it. Get a little taste of the rich life, you know?
By being a bandit?
And smear a little mud on the prince's face at the same time. And man, it was fun!
How dare you!
What a bunch of nonsense.
Huh?
Do you really think that just because you had a tough childhood, it gives you the right to steal and hurt people?
Thank you, Leon.
There are plenty of people who grew up without parents or money but still live good, honest lives.
You giving me a lecture?
I wouldn't waste my time. But there's one thing you should admit. You're just doing whatever you feel like doing. Stop blaming your bad behavior on your childhood and grow up! How dare you even think about defacing the prince's image!
Leon.
Listen up, sweetie. You don't know a thing about me, so don't pretend you do. You know what? I've changed my mind. I was gonna go quietly, not tire myself out, but you had to go and get me all fired up. Alright, Your Highness. I'll take you on one-on-one. If you win, you can kill me, punish me, do whatever the hell you want. But if I win, that'll prove I'm a man of higher caliber than you. Then I get to take your place as prince.
You're an idiot.
Your Highness, don't give in to his taunts.
He'll be fine.
But Leon,
The prince won't lose.
Prince has save states.
No backing out now, you know.
No, really, I'm gonna save state, because this is a tricky one, apparently. Boop. Different voice, too, by the way.
I'll teach you what it's like out in the real world.
Not that we say much, but...
Well, I'm not gonna hit you with my best moves right away now, am I?
Oh, wow.
Ah! Come on, what's the matter? I'm nowhere near done yet. Damn you! That really hurt! You got me! I gotta take a break! Did you really believe me? I'll be able to handle it next time.
Damn it.
I could see that coming a mile away, idiot! All right, this one is gonna put you out of your misery.
I love the double hit.
Let's hit each other with our best moves. I lost. I can't believe it.
So, how about executing you? Nah, I'm just kidding. We're not gonna execute him. And yes, of course it was a wig. They even changed Jean's hair color. in order to make sure that people wouldn't mistakenly think she was a member of the royal family, since the silver white hair is actually a trait of the family. So here's what Roy actually looks like. Oh, I lost any dignity I got left. Yep, execution time. Wait, Roy, wait. What the... Phelan? Phelan? Why didn't you guys get away when you had a chance? We couldn't just leave you here, Roy. Wait, Prince, listen. Roy was put up to this. They wanted to... How'd they say it? They wanted to sully the prince's name. Sully the... Who the hell talks like that? Tell me, what diabolical force is behind its Can't remember the guy's name, but it was some... It's Euram, by the way. Can't remember the guy's name, but it was some young noble guy who hates the prince. A real big shot. Sure, good thing we left him alive, isn't it? Man, I'm sure glad. Whew. Could have skipped this whole thing if we hadn't executed him. No grudges worth a nefarious scheme. For treason and treason, by the way. Treason for going against the royal family, and treason for going against the nation. Remember, they were going with Armes, so, that's right, he's the bad guy here. Cut Roy some slack, I'm begging you. Well, we haven't even touched the loot. We'll give it all back. Enough, forget it, guys. But Roy, it's just like the girl said, I wanted to do this. Doesn't matter if I was put up to it. Hey, Prince, I'm expecting a big-time execution all after being caught by the man himself. I was ready to die from the start. Finish me off! What are you waiting for? Thud. Unfortunately, there is only one choice here. Good choice. Besides, these lowlifes can be of use to us. In fairness, this is a smart move. You work with us now. The noble Jesself, really? Yeah, we know where he is. I've got an idea. You may live, but you have to do what we tell you. Yeah, a body double is also a rather useful thing, to be completely blunt. I don't wish to be unkind about that. But even ignoring that, having bandits on your side is also not exactly a bad thing. I did say they could do whatever the hell they wanted with me. We'll do anything to save Roy. Anything! Alright then. Let's head back to Sable, everyone. Lady Sialeeds, what do you have in mind? In case you think I was joking. I'm gonna expose that clueless fop for exactly what he is. Oh, for Christ's sakes. I don't... You... Okay, fine. Fine. God damn it, game. I'll lose Vicky. I'll use... Right, there. There. Whatever. Fine. Stupid game. I don't anticipate he's going to be in the party for longer than a few seconds, but why not? Well, yeah, that's because that was never a problem, Pika. And anybody who said that was an idiot. Just to show it off. Quick. Even at the same battle stance. Exact same animations.
Here we go!
That did not do a lot of damage. Holy crap. I mean, woo and all, but yeah, that's terrible. Way too long, too. Cool looking though. I mean, listen, I'd use Roy if he was female. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I've already kind of looked ahead at other characters. There's actually two that I have my eye on for the front row slot, and I don't remember what the other one's name is. I actually have two for the back row slot, too. I wish Sugiri wasn't back row, but that's whatever. Hey. Oh, Your Royal Highness the Prince, welcome back. No, it has to be stinking, Mr. Red. Those little buggers do sure looks familiar. Similar? You've captured the bandits. Wonderful. You're really something, Your Highness. General Did... Sorry, Dine? Deed? I forget how they pronounce it. Thank you for assisting. I'm sure this could not have been done without you. I think it was Dine. No, my lord, I take none of the credit. It was all His Royal Highness the Prince's doing. Alright, let's hurry up and show the people. It'll prove the Prince's... Whoa, 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 hold on. You don't know the whole story. These kids were put up to this. Put up to it? By who? Ah, surely someone trying to keep His Highness and Sable from forming an alliance. What a diabolical genius. The person behind this isn't smart enough for that. We still want to expose him if we want to clear up this mess. Understood, Lady Silenes. I have the perfect plan. Take a settle, shall we? By the way, you know how popular RGB lighting is nowadays? Suikoden 5 was ahead of the trend. Or not. Should save though. 14 years ago, they predicted it. Interesting. Yeah, the RGB trend. Sorry about that, Michelle. Debating something. You know what? No, screw it. Although I gotta remember where the mansion was. I don't remember where it was. This is it. Okay. We shall keep them here for now. Sorry guys, I'm sure this is gonna be hard to you for... I've never seen a room this nice. Me neither. Stop acting impressed, you guys. It ain't cool. I'll have separate rooms prepared for your highness, Lady Sileeds and Lady Leon. Oh sure, now you leave the party. Whatever, I got to show off the attack. So what do you think about what do you think this big to-do is all about? I don't know, his lordship said something about revealing the truth, whatever that means. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Whatever it is. Okay, this is it. Remember the plan. Right. Son of a calm. I must apologize in advance, my lady. I lack any experience in executing a scheme such as this. A little late to tell me now, don't you think? Come on, you can do this, Dine. Yes, my lady, I shall not fail you. Alright, here goes nothing.
Bandits! Bandits are coming!
Hey, Bandit Prince, how dare you attack Sable?
No! Help!
Hold it right there! Yerum Burrows has arrived. People of Sable, I am here, so have no fear. I hope you're ready for me, you bandit prince. I can't believe you've allowed yourself to sink so low, you mean, despicable fellow. What would your poor dead parents think of you now? I will not let you besmirch the name of Valena's royal family any further, so just wait right there. Or beware!
Master Yoram, be careful.
I know. I don't need anyone to tell me.
Master Yoram!
What is he doing?
I don't know. Beats me.
Master Yoram, are you alright?
Oh, of course I'm not all right! Why didn't you guys hold me up like you were supposed to?
But you slipped. It wasn't our fault.
Quiet! I've heard enough. Now come on. Shoo, shoo. Now then, sorry for the wait. At last, the time has come to punish this atrocious fiend of a prince. With this sword in hand, I shall slay thee!
Get him!
Okay. I don't think I've given out a single positive or negative today. I think it's time we change our mind on that one. Or rather, I think it's time. Right before lunch break, I think it's time we give a positive. I love how they literally can't even hit me through the weapon defense.
Here we go.
That's your attack? Okay. Yeah, we're leaning pretty heavily on magic. Not really on purpose, it's just kind of how things are going. You idiot, you messed up the plan! You're supposed to lose on purpose and beg for forgiveness! This is surely part of the plot to sully the prince's... This is all part of the plot to sully the prince's name, remember? Let me say this in full view of... He really likes to blab, doesn't he? God, Urim. Wait. The Dawn Rune? That must mean... You're the real... Oh. Hey, Master Urim, what are you blabbing about? Real what? Master Urim, you make little sense. Who is this Roy of which you speak? Roy? No, I was expressing joy at catching the bandit prince red-handed. Yes, that's it. Perhaps the young master is referring to this gentleman. Come on out, Roy. Plus the story. Two princes? Oh, great. Yep, that's him. I'm positive he's the guy who asked me to dress up like a prince and act like a bandit. It was him, everyone. Him all along.
Damn you, Prince!
Ah, now it's all clear. The whole thing didn't make any sense in the first place. The prince could have all the gold and jewels a guy could ever want. We've been had. First Lord Salem Barrows, now young Master Urim Barrows. What is wrong with that family? Their frilly clothes must cut off the oxygen to their brains. I feel like giving a good old noble a good old-fashioned pounding right about now. No, please. I'll do anything to make it up to you guys. Anything. Oh. This is an even better show than I imagined. Lady Siles, this was all you're doing? You got it. Oh, by the way, do you recall the last thing I said to you? If it weren't for Lucerina, I'd tear you limb from limb. Ring a bell? Looks like the crowd would be more than willing to give me a hand, don't you think?
Oh, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Legs, don't fail me now.
Little fop's getting away. After him. Pound the frills off of him. Pop goes the weasel, because the weasel goes pop. Hi, Sean. I was gonna say, it is time for lunch break. I was gonna go ahead and advance like one more step, but I guess I don't have to. Hang on, let me check something really quick. I'm gonna walk through. Okay, that's what I thought. Who'd be wearing the pants? I'm not sure Urim wears pants. I think he wears tights. And only a certain type of guy can really pull off tights. The mob apparently never caught Master Urim. Who could allow the heir to the illustrious House of Barrows to commit such a shameless act? After all this, I don't think I'd say they're too illustrious anymore. They roam around the forest looking for fights. Stealing the Dawn Rune, plotting to usurp the throne, hatching a bandit prince scheme. Indeed, conduct unbecoming of nobility, to be sure. Why is our nobility rotted to the core? It was always rotten. Again, I hate to point this out yet again, this is better than it used to be. It's okay, I know what you mean. Indeed, this only renews my vow to never become corrupted by the vices of men. I must offer my sincere gratitude, Prince Runner. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a big deal. You saved the people of Sable by revealing the truth. Had Sable turned against your highness, we would have been isolated. We would have been fair game for Armes or the Godwins. Yeah, actually. Like, to look at it purely politically, you would have been screwed. Hey, we can recruit people. Phelan, Phalon, Linfa, Sagiri! Hey, we'll be able to get Sagiri when we come back. Nakula, I don't know who that is. And Dongo, we're going to be getting him. So we'll get Sagiri and Dongo, and that's probably it. Anyways, I would be honored to serve under a man as fine as he. Excellent. I expect you to do everything in your power for His Highness. At your service, Your Highness. Woo! You mean I get to fight alongside Din again? Nothing like a good friendly rivalry. There's mine, Lord Wow. Hey! I guess I'm happy for you noble guys, but what about us? Oh, right. Well, considering how the townspeople feel, we really should punish you. What do you mean? You said you'd pardon us. Nobody said anything about a pardon. However, would you be willing to act as Prince Runner's double and possibly get killed in a dialogue option I hopefully will not make by accident later on? Is double? You mean to fool the prince into thinking I'm the prince for, like, strategy and all that stuff? What about her? She said I don't look nothing like the prince. I mean, well, you look like enough to serve as his double. Most people don't know the prince as well as I do. Also, she literally has a cranked perception score. Don't worry about it. That's so... you're not making sense, but whatever. Whatever. Okay, good. Subacom, because I actually don't want Roy to die. I know I ain't in the position to bargain, but I gotta ask for just one thing. Please let these two go. I'll be your double or whatever else you want. I mean, I could... I'm not gonna let them go, but I have a castle they can hang out at if you want to. Shut up, don't forget who's the boss. How about it, Prince? Sure, we'll recruit them later. Boy, get! Alright, let's make sure you guys return all the loot. That's all I ask you. No! Oh, if you're going with the prince, I'm going too. Me too, me too. Can't get rid of you guys, can I? I don't see why not. Sure, you can join us. Yay! Prince, I'm gonna do the best for you. We're gonna make it up to you for working with that frilly guy. Man, is this really happening? Oh, whatever. Oh. I thought we had to do something to recruit them. Okay, whatever. They be recruited, yo. Oh my god, fine. Get rid of all my party members, why don't you? So am I the only one who can notice that both Suikoden 2 and 5 have one common thread going through them? In fact, I should write that down for the rumination. I'll go ahead and tell you it, though. I don't want to dismiss my loyal stream viewers. You guys are awesome. Both Suikoden 2 and Suikoden 5's recurrent thread is the transition from empires and monarchies into republics. It's interesting to think about, I think. There's a line of logic that goes that that's a natural progression of government types. I don't know if that's true or not. We kind of only have real-life history to go by. But it is. It's a thing that was a really big deal in both 2 and 5. the Queendom will I mean, spoilers, but the Queendom will effectively not really be the same thing, because it will be dissolved into a representative republic by the end of the game. And I don't feel bad about mentioning that, because if you're paying attention, we're already doing that. We already have a representative from from Lord Lake. We have a representative from Raftland, or whatever it's called, Raftfleet. We have a representative from here now. He just mentioned that flat out. Sable. And we're going to have a representative from... Or no, we already have a representative from the town that got nuked. The town that got burnt. And yeah, we're going to get non-human representatives too. So we're already building the council. I just think it's kind of cool. Anyways. Lunchtime. I'll be back in about an hour, guys.